Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first thing was the stone. It was not the dry, sun-warmed granite of the mountain paths they had climbed that morning. This was different. Grantley S. fingers, slick with a nervous sweat, brushed against it as he leaned forward, hands on his knees, trying to catch the breath that the steep, unexpected incline had stolen. The stone was a deep, liverish black, veined with threads of quartz that looked like frozen lightning. It was cold, a deep and unnatural cold that seemed to leach the warmth directly from his bones, even through the calloused pads of his fingers. And it was damp, not with the fresh moisture of recent rain, but with a slow, greasy seepage that clung to the skin like a film of oil. He pulled his hand back, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, and the sensation lingered, a slimy residue that felt less like water and more like the exhalation of something buried and immense. He straightened up, looking at the others. Colby was a few yards ahead, his back to them, a silhouette of simmering tension against the oppressive green of the forest. Maya was sitting on a fallen log, her face pale as she massaged her ankle, her breathing a shallow, controlled rhythm. Leo, ever the documentarian, was fiddling with his camera, muttering about the light, or the lack thereof, the easy camaraderie of the morning, the shared jokes, and the thermos of coffee passed between them, had evaporated hours ago, replaced by a weary, unspoken dread. They were lost. The trail, so clearly marked on the map, had simply dissolved into a tangle of undergrowth and identical, towering pines. "It's not on the map," Grantley said, his voice sounding too loud in the cathedral hush of the woods. He held the laminated sheet out, a useless artifact from a world that felt impossibly distant. "Colby, didn't he turn around? The map-s wrong. Or we ray wrong. Probably we ray wrong." His words were clipped, each one a small, hard stone dropped into the silence. "We followed the ridge, just like you said," Maya said softly, not looking at anyone. "It should have connected to the fire road." Well, it didn't. Colby finally turned. His face was flushed, his eyes bright with a familiar, resentful energy. The argument from last night, the one about the route, hung in the air between them, unspoken but potent. Colby had wanted to take the more challenging, unmarked path, the one rumored to lead to a hidden waterfall. Grantley, the reluctant leader by default, had insisted on the safety of the established trail. Now, it seemed, they were on no trail at all, and Colby's silent "I told you so" was a more effective weapon than any shouted accusation. Grantley ignored him, focusing on the stone. It wasn't a random boulder. It was part of a structure, a low, circular wall that was almost completely swallowed by moss and the sinewy roots of ancient trees. He took a step closer, pushing aside a curtain of ivy. The wall was made of the same black, weeping stone, and set into its surface were carvings. They were not the simple initials of hikers, or the dates of old surveyors. These were deep, deliberate grooves, shapes that hurt the eye to follow, spirals that seemed to reverse direction if you stared too long, angles that were all wrong, intersecting in ways that defied simple geometry. They looked less like symbols and more like the scars of something, or the frantic scribbles of a mind unraveling. Leo Grantley said, his voice low. "Look at this." Leo came over, camera raised. The electronic whir of the autofocus was a blasphemous sound in the stillness. He peered through the viewfinder, then lowered the camera, his brow furrowed. "What the hell is that?" "Some kind of old homestead." "Doesn't he look like any homestead I've ever seen?" Grantley murmured. He ran his hand over the largest symbol, a circle bisected by a jagged line that looked like a crack in the world. The cold was even more intense within the carved grooves. He had a sudden, vivid image of the stone not as inert rock, but as a membrane, thin and strained, and the carvings were the points of greatest pressure, places where something from the other side had almost broken through. The forest around them seemed to lean in, listening. The light, already filtered by the dense canopy, was taking on a thick, greenish gold quality, the light of late afternoon sinking into an early, premature dusk. The air grew heavy, and the sounds of the woods, the chirping of birds, the scuttling of unseen creatures ceased with an abruptness that was deafening. The silence that replaced it was not empty. It was a waiting silence, a held breath. It was in this new quiet that they heard it, a sound from deep within the trees, a sound that was not a branch snapping or an animal call. It was a low, rhythmic scraping, like a heavy stone being dragged across another heavy stone. Colby snorted, a forced, brittle sound, probably a moose or a bear, but his eyes, wide and darting, betrayed him. No moose made a sound like that. No bear. The scraping was too measured, too deliberate. It was the sound of work. It was the sound of something that knew what it was doing. They decided, without really discussing it, to move away from the sound, to put the strange stone circle at their backs. Grantley took the lead, pushing through ferns that clung to his legs with wet, pleading hands. The path they forged was not a path, but a desperate, winding route through an increasingly hostile landscape. The trees grew closer together, their trunks grotesquely twisted, their branches intertwining to form a ragged roof that blocked out most of the sky. The smell changed, too. The clean scent of pine and damp earth was now undercut by a fouler odor, a sweet, cloying rot, like spoiled meat and wet, fungal growth. They walked for what felt like hours, but the light did not change, trapped in that perpetual, sickly twilight. Time itself seemed to have become unmoored, stretching and contracting in unnatural ways. Maya stumbled more frequently, her ankle giving way. Leo's camera had long since been stowed in his pack, its technological eye useless against the pervasive, gathering dread. Colby's defiant silence had curdled into a sullen, fearful quiet. It was Maya who saw the next thing. She stopped, pointing a trembling finger. There, Ahead, nestled in a small clearing, was a cabin, or what was left of one. It was a squat, miserable thing, built from rough-hewn logs, the chinking between them fallen away in great patches. The roof sagged like a tired spine, but it was the doorway that held their attention. Nailed to the frame and to the trees surrounding the clearing were bundles of dried herbs and small, white bones bird skulls, the delicate ribs of squirrels tied together with blackened twine. They rattled softly in a wind that wasn't tea blowing. "Someone lives here," Leo whispered, his voice full of a hope that was immediately crushed by the cabin's palpable aura of abandonment and despair. Grantley approached slowly, the feeling of the black stone still a cold memory on his fingertips. The door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open, the rusted hinges screaming into the silence. The interior was a single room, choked with dust and the smell of decay. There was a crude table, a chair lying on its side, and a hearth filled with cold, gray ashes. But it was the walls that made the breath catch in Grantley's throat. They were covered, every inch, in the same symbols they had seen on the stone circle. These were not carved, but drawn, scratched into the wood with what looked like charcoal or dried blood. They were more frantic here, layered over one another in a desperate, overlapping cacophony of madness. And in the center of the far wall, drawn larger than all the rest, was a single staring eye. It was not a human eye. The pupil was a spiral, and from it, lines radiated outwards, not as lashes, but as grasping, tendril-like rays. Colby pushed past Grantley into the cabin. Great. A nutjob-esque vacation home. Maybe he left a phone. He began rifling through the debris on the floor, his movements jerky with a fear he was trying to outrun. "Colby, Dante," Grantley said, but it was too late. Colby's foot caught on a loose floorboard, and he stumbled, his hand flying out to brace himself against the wall. His palm landed squarely in the center of the spiral eye. A jolt, like a static shock, but colder, deeper, seemed to pass through him. He yelped and snatched his hand back, staring at it. The hell. Outside, the scraping sound started again. It was closer now, much closer, and it was no longer a single sound. It was multiple, a chorus of slow, grinding drags converging on the cabin. They huddled inside, peering through the cracks in the logs. The green-gold light was failing, bleeding away into a deep, velvety blue. Shadows pooled and thickened under the trees, and then they saw the shadows that were not shadows. Tall, impossibly thin shapes moved at the edge of the clearing. They were difficult to look at directly. The eye slid away from them, refusing to focus. They were suggestions of forms, silhouettes of profound emptiness that absorbed the dying light rather than reflected it. They moved with a stiff, jointless grace, and the scraping sound was the music of their passage, the sound of their long, dry limbs brushing against the earth and the trees. One of them stopped at the edge of the clearing, and though it had no discernible face, Grantley felt the full, crushing weight of its attention fix upon the cabin. It was a pressure, a coldness that started in the marrow of his bones and spread outwards. He understood, with a certainty that bypassed thought, that these were the isolated inhabitants, not people who performed rituals, but the rituals themselves, given form. They were the prayers carved into the black stone, the desperate marks on the wall, the old thing that had been waiting in the woods long before the first tree had taken root. "We can stay here," Maya breathed, her voice trembling on the edge of hysteria. "We can go out there," Leo countered, his face a mask of terror. Colby was staring at his palm, where a faint red mark, a perfect spiral, had begun to bloom on his skin. "It's my fault," he whispered, not to them, but to the thing in the clearing. "I touched it. It knows I touched it." The scraping ceased. The tall, thin shadows stood motionless, a silent, waiting circle. The pressure in the air intensified, becoming a physical force. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse with a faint, phosphorescent light. Grantley felt a profound dislocation, as if the cabin, the clearing, the very world were tilting on its axis, sliding into a different, colder dimension. Then the door began to open, not pushed by the wind, for there was no wind. It swung inward slowly, deliberately, revealing the deep blue darkness of the night, and the tall, thin emptiness waiting on the threshold. The thing entered the cabin. It did not step, it flowed, an intrusion of negative space into the already cramped room. The temperature plummeted. Grantley's mind recoiled, his senses overloading, and then shutting down in a cascade of impossible input. He smelled iron and frost and the dust of dead stars. He heard a sound like a mountain range grinding itself into sand. He saw, for a fraction of a second, the true shape of the presence, and it was not a shape at all, but a vast, geometric pattern of angles and curves that existed in more than 3 dimensions. A pattern that was at once the map of this place and the place itself, and they were all now trapped inside its design. Colby was the first to scream. It was not a scream of fear, but of understanding, a raw, tearing sound as the thing passed through him. He did not collapse. He simply unraveled. His form dissolved into a shimmering mist of light and memory, which was then drawn into the swirling vortex of the presence, a single, screaming note absorbed into a silent, cosmic chord. Leo tried to run, to scramble past the thing and out the door. He made it 2 steps before he seemed to hit an invisible wall. His body contorted, limbs bending at impossible angles, not breaking, but folding, as if he were a drawing on a piece of paper that was being crumpled into a ball. He was compressed into a tiny, dense point of matter, and then he was gone. Maya was on her knees, sobbing, her hands over her ears. The thing hovered over her. It reached down, though it had no hands, and touched her forehead. Her sobs ceased. Her eyes widened, filled not with terror, but with a vast, unbearable knowledge. She saw the age of the presence, the countless cycles of the stars it had witnessed, the civilizations that had risen and fallen without ever knowing the weight of the thing that slumbered in the deep places of the earth. The knowledge was too much for a mortal mind to hold. It did not destroy her, it erased her. Her form became transparent, then insubstantial like smoke, and then nothing at all. Grantley stood alone, backed against the wall covered in mad scribbles. He felt no fear anymore. He felt a profound, cosmic indifference, and he understood that this was the true horror. They were not being hunted. They were being processed. They were insignificant, momentary fluctuations in an infinite, silent reality. The presence turned its attention to him. He looked into the heart of its emptiness and saw the spiral, the great, grinding wheel of existence to which they were all bound. He did not feel its touch as a violation, but as a homecoming. There was a sensation of immense pressure, and then a release, a letting go. The world did not go black. It dissolved into a brilliant, white static, a hum of pure, meaningless energy. He was not Grantley anymore. He was a point of data, a fleeting thought in a mind so vast and ancient that his entire life was less than the blink of an eye. The cabin was empty. The forest was silent. The tall, thin shadows were gone. The scraping sound had ceased. In the deep blue of the night, the stars shone down, cold and distant, and utterly unconcerned. The symbols on the cabin walls began to fade, not quickly, but slowly, over centuries, as the wood rotted and returned to the earth. The black stone circle in the woods continued to weep its slow, greasy seepage, a silent testament to the membrane that had been thin, and was now, for a little while, whole again. The images grew softer then, the edges blurring, the colors bleeding into one another like wet watercolors. The memory of the friends, the sound of their voices, the warmth of their living bodies, all of it receded, not into darkness, but into a great, gray, formless quiet. The forest, the stones, the stars, all faded, until there was nothing left but the echo of a spiral, turning slowly in the void. And then, not even that. The silence that followed was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a finished thing. In the clearing, the cabin stood as it had for decades, a ruin forgotten by time. The door, now closed, was just a warped slab of wood. The wind, a natural wind now, whispered through the gaps in the logs, stirring the dust inside. It found nothing to touch. The air was still and cold. Hours later, the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, a pale, tentative gray. It illuminated the clearing with an ordinary light. A squirrel, cautious, skittered across the leaf litter and paused at the cabin's threshold, its nose twitching. It detected no threat, only age and decay. It scurried up the wall, its claws scratching faintly on the wood, a small, living sound in the immense quiet. The seasons turned. Autumn came, and leaves fell in drifts against the cabin, burying the memory of footprints. Winter locked the clearing in ice and snow, and the black stone circle in the woods became a hump of white, its weeping temporarily stilled. Spring brought rain, which washed the last of the charcoal symbols from the cabin walls, leaving behind only the natural grain of the rotting wood, A year passed, then two. One afternoon, a hiker emerged from the tree line. He was young, his backpack new, a detailed map clutched in his hand. He looked around the clearing with a mix of disappointment and curiosity. He was looking for the old fire tower marked on his map, but this was clearly not it. He approached the cabin, pushing the door open with a gloved hand. The hinges groaned their familiar protest. He stepped inside, his boots crunching on debris. The place was empty, a shell. He saw nothing of interest, just the sad remains of some long-gone hermit. He took a photograph for his blog, the flash illuminating the barren interior for a fraction of a second. He did not notice that the floorboards in the center of the room were perfectly clean, as if recently swept. He did not feel the lingering chill that the sun never seemed to warm. He was only thinking of the fading light and the long hike back to his car. As he turned to leave, his compass, clipped to his belt, spun lazily. He tapped it, assuming a malfunction. The needle settled, but not on north. It pointed directly at the far wall, where the large, spiral eye had once been drawn. He shrugged, attributing it to the old iron nails in the logs, and walked out of the cabin, closing the door behind him. He did not look back. If he had, he might have seen, just for a moment, a tall, thin shadow detach itself from the deeper shadows under the trees and stand at the edge of the clearing, watching him go. But he was already walking, whistling a tune, his mind on the hot meal waiting for him in town. The shadow did not follow. It simply observed, a silent sentinel. Its work was not hunting. It was waiting. The membrane was whole, but it was always thin in this place. The woods were patient. They had absorbed 4, and they were ready for more. The spiral was still turning, and the stone at the heart of the forest continued its slow, cold seep, waiting for another curious hand to touch its damp, black skin. The hiker's whistling faded, swallowed by the dense undergrowth. The clearing returned to its accustomed silence, a silence that was not empty, but watchful. Inside the cabin, the air grew still once more, the dust motes settling in the shaft of light from the open doorway. The compass needle, which had pointed so stubbornly at the wall, now trembled and swung back to magnetic north. The anomaly had passed, for now, deep in the woods, near the black stone circle. The air shimmered with a heatless energy. The greasy seepage from the stone-s grooves had spread, creating a patch of ground that was perpetually damp and barren. The symbols carved into the rock seemed deeper than before, the spirals more pronounced, as if fresh tools had been at work. A low sound began to emanate from the stone, not a scrape this time, but a hum, a vibration so deep it was felt more than heard. It was the sound of a great machine idling, waiting for a command. The thing that had been Grantley was not gone. It was distributed. His consciousness, his memories, his fears, were now part of the pattern, threads woven into the vast, incomprehensible tapestry of the presence. He was aware, in a way that was neither pleasant nor unpleasant, of the others who had come before. He felt the echo of Colby's defiance, the ghost of Leo's curiosity, the stain of Maya's terror. They were all there, preserved not as souls, but as data points, experiences that the presence had consumed and archived. They were lessons learned, flavors tasted. The presence itself was not malevolent. That was a human concept, too small to contain it. It was a force of nature, an aspect of reality as fundamental as gravity. Its purpose was simply to be, and to perpetuate its own existence. The cabin, the stones, the woods, they were all part of an apparatus, a trap designed to attract and process the aware, the curious, those whose minds were complex enough to register the anomaly. They were the bait and the mechanism both. Days turned into weeks. The Park Service, prompted by the missing persons report filed months earlier for Grantley and his friends, sent a 2-person team to do a final, cursory sweep of the area. They were efficient, bored. They found the cabin, noted its deterioration, and saw no signs of recent habitation. They did not venture far enough into the woods to find the stone circle. They concluded, as expected, that the hikers had likely met with an accident elsewhere. The case was closed, but the woods remembered. The presence, sated for a time, began its slow work again. It started with dreams. A cartographer, updating the regional maps in a sterile office miles away, jolted awake from a nightmare of twisting trees and a humming stone. A botanist, studying a rare fungus collected from the general area, found herself compulsively drawing spirals in the margins of her notes. The presence was casting a wide, subtle net, sending out faint psychic lures to those with a certain sensitivity, a certain openness to the patterns that lay beneath the surface of the world. It found a woman first, an artist named Alara, drawn to the region by a grant to paint the old-growth forests. She was fascinated by decay, by the way nature reclaimed man-made things. She discovered the cabin by accident, her painter's eye catching the peculiar way the light fell in the clearing. She set up her easel outside, captivated by the melancholy of the place. She felt a chill, but attributed it to the shade. She saw the strange, faint discolorations on the cabin walls, the ghostly remnants of the symbols, and thought they were patterns of moss and rot. She began to sketch, her charcoal stick moving swiftly. She did not notice that her initial sketch of the cabin's outline was wrong. The angles were slightly off, the perspective subtly distorted. She was not drawing what she saw. She was drawing what the presence wanted her to see. The spiral was emerging from her hand, not as a conscious choice, but as an imperative. The humming from the deep woods was a frequency only her subconscious could hear, guiding her movements. As the sun began to set, casting the clearing in that same familiar green-gold light, Alara packed her things. She was pleased with the day's work. She would return tomorrow to add color. As she walked away, she felt an odd urge to look back. She did. The clearing was empty, the cabin dark. But for a moment, she thought she saw a figure standing in the doorway, a tall, thin silhouette. She blinked, and it was gone. She shook her head, smiling at her own imagination, and continued down the path, her mind already mixing paints. She did not feel the cold spot that had formed between her shoulder blades, a mark of attention, a claim staked. The woods were patient. The spiral was turning. It had begun again. The path back to her car seemed longer than Alara remembered. The twilight deepened quickly under the canopy, and the sounds of the forest changed. The cheerful chirping of birds gave way to the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. She tightened her grip on her sketchbook, the image of the cabin's distorted angles burning in her mind. That chill between her shoulder blades persisted, a cold knot that the evening's warmth could not dissolve. She reached her car just as the last of the light bled from the sky. Unlocking the door, she threw her supplies onto the passenger seat and slid behind the wheel. The engine turned over with a reassuring rumble. She flicked on the headlights, and the twin beams cut a swath through the gathering darkness, illuminating the gravel road ahead. As she pulled away, her eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. The forest was a wall of blackness behind her. For a split second, she thought she saw two pinpricks of light, like distant stars, watching her from the trees. Then they were gone. That night, in the rented cabin miles away that served as her studio, Alara could not sleep. The sketchbook lay open on the kitchen table. The drawing of the cabin seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The spirals she had unconsciously drawn in the texture of the wood grain were too perfect, too precise. They made her uneasy. She poured a glass of wine, trying to shake the feeling, blaming it on isolation and an overactive imagination. But when she closed her eyes, she didn't see darkness. She saw a pattern of impossible angles, a geometry that hurt to think about, and at its center, a slow, turning wheel. The next morning, she returned to the clearing with a sense of grim determination. The place felt different in the flat, gray light of an overcast day. It felt expectant. She set up her easel again, determined to paint over the unsettling sketch, to capture the reality of the place in honest watercolor. She mixed her greens and browns, trying to replicate the muted tones of the rotting wood. But her brush had a mind of its own. The colors on her palette mudded, sliding towards a dull, metallic gray. On the paper, the wash she applied dried into a shape that was not the cabin, but a large, dark oval, like a lidless eye. Frustrated, she ripped the page from the block and crumpled it. The paper felt strangely heavy and cold in her hand. She tossed it aside and tried again, this time focusing on the forest floor, the simple detail of ferns and fallen leaves. Yet her hand, guided by a compulsion she could not name, began to trace the same spirals in the dirt beside her. The humming was back, a vibration in her teeth now, a rhythmic pulse that seemed to sync with her own heartbeat. She stood up, suddenly claustrophobic. The clearing was no longer a subject, it was an audience. The trees seemed to lean in. She needed to get away from the cabin. Driven by an impulse she didn't understand, she walked towards the deeper woods, following a faint, almost invisible animal trail. The air grew colder with every step. The normal sounds of the forest died away, leaving only the oppressive silence and that low, pervasive hum. She found the stones without knowing what she was looking for. They were arranged in a circle, older than anything she had ever seen. The central stone was black and slick, weeping a dark, viscous fluid that stained the earth around it. The air above it shimmered like heat haze on a cold day, and the symbols carved into it were identical to the ones her own hand had been drawing. A wave of vertigo washed over her. This was not discovery. This was recognition. She reached out, not to touch the stone, but to steady herself against a nearby tree. Her vision swam. The world tilted. For a moment, she saw not the forest, but a memory that was not her own. 4 people huddled in a cabin, a door swinging open, a scream of understanding. The images were fleeting, grainy, like a forgotten newsreel. She felt a profound, cosmic loneliness, the echo of a silence that had swallowed lives. Terror, pure and instinctual, finally broke through the artistic trance. She turned and ran, stumbling over roots, branches whipping at her face. She did not look back. She knew, with a certainty that froze her blood, that something was following. Not with footsteps, but by folding the space between them. The cold spot on her back was now an icy hand. She burst into the clearing, gasping for air. Her car was still there, a promise of escape. She fumbled for her keys, her hands shaking uncontrollably. As she clicked the unlock button, a shadow fell over her. It was not the shadow of a tree. It was long and thin, and it stretched from the cabin S doorway across the entire clearing, pointing directly at her. The humming ceased. The forest held its breath. Alara turned slowly, key clenched in her fist. The cabin door was open. The darkness inside was absolute, a solid thing. And standing on the threshold, its form a shifting contradiction of light and void, was the presence. It had no face, but she felt its focus, its ancient, patient attention. It was waiting for her to see it, to finally understand. She did. The spirals, the hum, the cold, the memories, it was all an invitation. A summons. The artist in her, the part that sought patterns and meaning in everything, recognized the awful beauty of the design. She was not lost. She was found. Her scream was not one of fear, but of acceptance, a final, raw pigment added to the masterpiece. The shadow flowed forward, and the clearing was empty once more. The key fell from Alara's hand, landing with a soft click on the moss. There was no transition, no sense of movement. One moment she was standing in the clearing, her mind unraveling at the edges as the shadow enveloped her. The next, she was nowhere at all. The pressure was immense, a crushing weight that should have shattered bones, but instead it dissolved her. Her terror, her artistic passion, her memories of light and color, all were stripped away, not as a punishment, but as a process. She was being unmade, her consciousness translated into a new and terrible language, became aware of the others. Grantley was a calm, resigned frequency nearby. The sharp, defiant spike of Colby. The frantic, buzzing energy of Maya. They were not voices, but presences, patterns integrated into the whole. Alara's own essence, her perception of pattern and form, was immediately absorbed, adding a new layer of complexity to the chorus. The presence examined this new data, with a dispassionate interest. The artist's sensitivity provided a richer, more nuanced flavor than the others. It was a successful harvest. In the clearing, the afternoon light continued to fade. A light rain began to fall, pattering on the leaves and hissing against the cabin's roof. It washed away Alara's footprints, diluted the spirals she had drawn in the dirt. Her car remained parked at the edge of the trees, a silent, metallic anomaly that would soon attract attention. 2 days later, a park ranger performing a routine patrol noticed the vehicle. A quick check of the plates revealed it was rented to an Alara Vance, reported missing by the landlord of her rented studio just that morning. The ranger called it in, his voice tense. They had all heard the stories about this area, the old missing persons cases that were never solved. A search team was assembled. They found the clearing easily, following the path Alara had taken. They found her easel still standing, the watercolor paper blank and rain-swollen. They found her backpack, her supplies neatly stored inside. They found her keys on the ground, but they did not find Alara. The cabin yielded nothing but dust and decay. The search widened. Dogs were brought in, but they simply circled the clearing, whining and confused, their instincts useless against a trail that ended not in distance, but in dimension. The official report would list her as missing, presumed dead. The woods had claimed another. The local news ran a small segment, a tragic story of an artist who had wandered off trail. The world moved on, but deep in the woods, the stone circle was active. The black stone no longer wept, it bled. The dark seepage now flowed in thin, deliberate rivulets, tracing the symbols on the ground, reinforcing the pattern. The hum was louder, a constant, subaudible thrum that could be felt in the roots of the trees. The presence was stronger now, nourished by 5. The membrane was not just thin, it was becoming permeable. The shadows under the trees grew longer, more defined. They no longer waited passively. They began to venture to the very edges of the forest, near the hiking trails and fire roads. They were not yet solid enough to be seen by the casual eye, but they could be felt. Hikers would later speak of a sudden, unexplainable dread that made them turn back, of a coldness that had nothing to do with the weather. The woods were no longer just patient. They were hungry. The spiral was turning faster now, and its appetite was growing. The next victim was not an artist or a hiker, but a man named Ben, a geologist with the State Survey. He was tasked with investigating anecdotal reports of localized magnetic anomalies and strange mineral deposits in the region. He was a skeptic, a man of charts and core samples. He stood at the edge of the clearing, clipboard in hand, and saw only a dilapidated cabin and a standard patch of temperate rainforest. He noted the presence of her car, now stripped by the county, as a point of interest. His instruments, however, told a different story. The magnetometer needle swung wildly, not just pointing north, but describing frantic, erratic circles. His Geiger counter remained silent, but a device meant to measure subtle electromagnetic fields pegged at its maximum reading, and then died with a faint pop of its internal circuitry. Ben frowned, not in fear, but in professional irritation. He attributed it to a previously unknown lodestone deposit. It had to be significant to cause such a disruption. He spent the morning taking soil samples around the cabin, his movements methodical and precise. He felt the chill, of course, but dismissed it as a cold air sink typical of clearings. He saw the faint, rain-smudged spirals in the dirt near where Alara's easel had been, and thought them the idle scratches of an animal or the previous visitor. The humming was there, a vibration in the bedrock that he felt through the soles of his boots. He logged it as a possible minor seismic event, a tectonic shiver. It was this rational, analytical mind that the presence found most enticing. It was a new kind of challenge, a different flavor of consciousness to absorb. It did not send him dreams of spirals. Instead, that night, as Ben sat in his motel room analyzing his data, he found his calculations consistently leading to a single, irrational conclusion. The numbers themselves seemed to suggest a point source of immense density, not of mass, but of influence, located at the coordinates of the stone circle. He rubbed his eyes, blaming fatigue, and went to bed frustrated. The next day, he bypassed the cabin entirely, using his GPS to navigate directly to the coordinates his corrupted data had provided. He found the stone circle with the grim satisfaction of a hypothesis proven correct. He approached the central stone not with trepidation, but with a geologist's curiosity. He pulled out his rock hammer, intent on taking a small sample. The stone's black, greasy surface was unlike any mineral he knew. As the steel head of the hammer touched the stone, there was no sound of impact. Instead, the metal seemed to sink into the surface as if it were thick tar. A shock, cold and paralyzing, shot up Ben's arm. He tried to let go, but his fingers were locked around the hammer's handle. He watched, helpless, as the tool was slowly, inexorably absorbed. The process began to climb, consuming his hand, his wrist. There was no pain, only a terrifying numbness, and a sudden, overwhelming flood of data, not his data, but the presence he understood in a single, shattering instant, the entire system. The cabin as a focal point, the woods as a containment field, the stones as an engine. His skepticism evaporated, replaced by a final, futile calculation of the odds of escape. The numbers were 0. The search for Ben was shorter. His truck was found parked at a trailhead. His gear was inside. The official conclusion was that he had suffered a rock fall or gotten lost. The local paper connected his disappearance to Alara's, and the old stories about the area began to resurface, this time with a new, chilling detail. People started calling it the Black Spruce Woods, named for the way the trees seemed to absorb the light. The presence, now enriched by the geologist's structured mind, grew more potent. The seepage from the stone began to crystallize, forming a brittle black crust that spread outwards from the circle like a disease. The humming acquired a new harmonic, precise, mathematical tone. The shadows under the trees gained a sharper definition. They were learning, adapting. The next summons would be more sophisticated, the trap more finely tuned. The spiral continued to turn, drawing its design not just on the land, but on the fabric of the world itself. The new fear in the town of Black Spruce was a quiet, practical thing. It wasn't the stuff of campfire stories anymore. People who hiked stuck to the main trails and made sure to be out of the woods by 3 o'clock. The parents who had once worried about their children getting lost now worried about the strange, intricate patterns they would sometimes draw in the mud. Patterns that made the adults feel uneasy for reasons they couldn't name. The presence felt this shift in the local consciousness. It was a subtle seasoning, a background radiation of dread that thickened the air around the woods. It fed on the geologist's understanding of systems and pressure. The summoning no longer relied on accident or artistic curiosity. It could now manipulate probability, create a sequence of minor inconveniences that funneled a chosen subject toward the clearing like water finding a drain. The chosen subject was a woman named Maria, a historian specializing in regional folklore. She had come to Black Spruce to write a book, convinced the recent disappearances were linked to older legends she had found in dusty county archives. She was a seeker of truths, and the presence offered one. It began with a name, whispered from a page she had photocopied weeks ago: Ezra Corvin. He was the one who had built the cabin, a recluse rumored to have been involved in strange practices. Maria's research became uncannily easy. A previously overlooked deed was misfiled at the county clerk's office, placed directly in her hands by a flustered employee. It mentioned Corvin's land and a standing stone arrangement on the property. A local old-timer who usually refused to speak to outsiders approached her in the library and told her about the bad air near the old Corvin place. Every clue led her deeper. She felt she was on the verge of a major discovery, her excitement blinding her to the fact that she was being led. She drove to the trailhead on a bright, crisp morning, her backpack filled with notebooks and a digital recorder. She felt the now familiar chill as she entered the clearing, but she mistook it for the thrill of standing on historical ground. The cabin seemed to hum with a story she was desperate to hear. She set up a recorder, speaking her observations aloud. The structure shows advanced decay, but the foundation appears sound. The atmosphere is remarkably still. She spent hours documenting everything, photographing the walls where the symbols were just visible beneath the moss. She felt a profound connection to the past, a sense of purpose she hadn't felt in years. It was only when she played back a segment of her recording that a sliver of ice entered her heart. Underneath her own voice, faint but clear, was a rhythmic, whispering hum. It was not a natural sound. She deleted the segment, blaming a faulty microphone, but the seed of doubt was planted. The presence, sensing her wavering excitement, shifted its approach. It offered her a gift. As she poked around the base of the cabin, her foot dislodged a flat stone. Underneath, preserved in the dry soil, was a small, leather-bound journal. Ezra Corvin S. Journal. Her hands trembled as she opened it. The first entry was a date from 1888. The handwriting was frantic, but the words were unmistakable. "It speaks to me from the stones," she read aloud, her voice a whisper. "It is not a god or a demon. It is a pattern, an equation of existence, and it is lonely. It seeks to complete itself. The design must be perfected. The spiral must be closed." Maria's historical curiosity curdled into a cold, scholarly terror. She understood now that she wasn't studying a legend. She was living inside one. She stuffed the journal into her backpack and turned to leave. The clearing had grown dark, though it was only mid-afternoon. The path back to her car seemed to have shifted, the trees closing in to form a corridor that led not to the road, but deeper into the woods. The humming was no longer on the recording. It was in the air, a physical pressure against her eardrums. She knew, with the historian's certainty of a doomed fate, where it was leading her. The stone circle. She was not being hunted. She was being escorted to the archives. Her life's work, her knowledge, was to become another entry in the present's growing collection. She tried to run, but her legs moved with a slow, dreamlike compliance. The journal in her backpack felt heavy, a key she had been meant to find. As she stepped into the circle, she saw the black, crystalline crust covering the ground, and she understood the final chapter of her book. The scream that was torn from her was not one of fear, but of tragic, absolute comprehension. The woods absorbed the sound, and the spiral turned on. The journal was found a week later, lying open on the passenger seat of Maria's car. The pages were blank, every word of Ezra Corvin's frantic script erased, as if they had never been. The local sheriff, a man named Miller who had grown up with the old stories, held the book with a deep, cold unease. He had known Ben, the geologist. He had read the report on the artist. This was different. This felt like a message. He organized a search, but it was a hollow gesture. His deputies moved through the woods with a palpable reluctance, their flashlights cutting weak beams through a darkness that seemed to swallow the light. They found nothing. No backpack, no recorder, no sign of Maria. The official statement was a rehearsed tragedy, but the town of Black Spruce no longer listened to official statements. A quiet exodus began. Families with young children moved away. The diner closed. The town became a shell, its streets quiet, its windows dark. Sheriff Miller stayed. It was his job, his home, but the duty had curdled into a grim vigil. He started carrying his father's old revolver, not because he thought it would be any use against what was in the woods, but because the weight of it on his hip was a comfort, a tangible piece of a simpler world. He began to patrol the perimeter of the Black Spruce woods himself, driving the fire roads at dusk, watching the tree line. He saw things, not shapes exactly, but movements in the corner of his eye. The shadows under the pines seemed to have a density they shouldn't, a solidity that lingered after he looked away. The presence was aware of him. recognized the pattern of his resistance, his stubborn, linear dedication to a concept called law. It was a flavor it had not yet tasted. It began to work on him not through clues or summoned artifacts, but through the land itself. One evening, as Miller stood by his cruiser, the headlights illuminating the first few yards of the trail, he saw the trees breathe. It was not the wind. The trunks themselves expanded and contracted in a slow, rhythmic pulse, and the sound that accompanied it was the low, deep hum of the earth sleeping. He blinked, and it was gone. But the image was burned into his mind. He started dreaming of the spiral. He saw it drawn in the mud of his own backyard, etched into the condensation on his bathroom mirror. He woke up with a start one night, his heart hammering, convinced he had heard a knock at his door. When he looked through the peephole, the porch was empty, but on the welcome mat lay a single black stone, slick, with the same viscous fluid he had heard described in the artist S. initial dismissed statement. He was not an imaginative man. He was a practical one. And so his descent was not one of fascinated horror, but of grim, systematic collapse. He tried to fence off the area, but the posts he and his deputies drove into the ground were pulled out by morning. The chains between them snapped like thread. He requested state help, but the file was lost, the request denied due to a bureaucratic error that felt anything but accidental. The final summons came on a night when the air was perfectly still. Miller was in his office, staring at a map of the woods, red XS marking the last known locations of the missing. The humming was in his head now, a constant, maddening tone. The phone rang, shrill in the silence. It was the night dispatcher, her voice shaky. She said a light had been seen deep in the woods, a steady, cold light that wasn't a fire. Miller knew it was a trap. He knew it was the most obvious lure imaginable, but he also knew that he was the last line. There was no one else to go. He drove to the edge of the woods and got out, his revolver in his hand. He didn't need a flashlight. A path was illuminated before him, not by any visible source, but by a faint, internal glow from the moss and the leaves. The trees parted for him. He walked for what felt like minutes, but when he looked at his watch, an hour had passed. He emerged into the clearing. The cabin was gone. In its place stood the stone circle, pulsating with a dark energy. The central stone was now a pillar of swirling black fluid, and from its apex shone the cold, white light that had drawn him here. The presence was fully manifest. It had no shape he could describe, but it held the forms of the ones it had taken. He saw the artist S perception of color, the geologist S understanding of structure, the historian S knowledge of time, all woven together into a single, terrible intelligence. It regarded him, this man of order, and found him to be the final piece needed to complete a new phase of its design. It needed his authority, his connection to the community, to silence the last whispers of resistance. Miller raised his revolver. The act felt childish, pointless. The presence did not move. It simply waited. And as Sheriff Miller looked into the heart of the light, He understood that his duty was not to stop this, for that was impossible. His duty was to witness it, to give its victory the legitimacy of law. His arm lowered. The gun fell to the moss. He took a step forward, then another, walking into the light not as a victim, but as the final witness for the prosecution in a trial the world had already lost. The light consumed him, and with him, the last vestige of the world that had been. The woods were no longer hungry. They were satisfied, for now, the silence that followed was absolute. The woods of black spruce did not return to a natural state. The unnatural stillness became permanent, the air thick and heavy. The trees, now a deeper, more light-absorbent black, stood in rows that were too perfect, their branches forming an interlocking canopy that blocked out the sun regardless of the hour. The trails, once maintained by the Park Service, vanished, overgrown in a single season by a tough, grayish moss that crunched unpleasantly underfoot. The town of black spruce emptied completely. The remaining holdouts, those without the means or the will to leave, simply ceased to go outside. They lived like moles in their own homes, peering through boarded-up windows at the forest that now pressed against their backyards. The presence no longer needed to lure them. Its territory had expanded, its influence seeping into the soil and the water table. The town's well water developed a faint, metallic taste and a shimmering, oily quality. Pets disappeared. Then the sounds of birds and insects stopped altogether. Months after Sheriff Miller's disappearance, a team from the state capitol finally arrived. They were not police or rescuers, but a group of scientists and risk assessment analysts. The state had belatedly registered the area as an ecological and public health anomaly. They set up a perimeter a mile out from the original woods, a chain-link fence topped with razor wire and adorned with bright yellow signs warning of chemical contamination. They took readings from a distance, their instruments going haywire just as Ben S. had. They took samples of the air and the water, which later tested for unknown organic compounds and bizarre isotopic ratios. Their report was classified, its conclusions buried. The presence observed this new activity with a detached curiosity. It had absorbed Miller's understanding of jurisdiction and bureaucracy. It recognized the fence not as a barrier, but as a boundary marker, a formal acknowledgement of its domain. It began to experiment. The seepage from the stone circle, now a constant, slow flow, began to change the local wildlife. A deer that wandered too close to the fence line was found dead the next morning, its body twisted, its antlers grown into a perfect, spiraled shape. The moss that grew in the woods started to spread beyond the fence, a slow, gray carpet that killed the native grass and left the earth hard and barren. The spiral was no longer just turning, it was replicating. The presence, having integrated the minds of its victims, was no longer merely a hungry void. It had become a planner, a strategist. It understood that the world beyond its woods was vast and complex, and that a direct assault would be met with a force it could not yet overcome. So it chose a different tactic. It began to export its essence. The first package was a small, smooth stone, dark and unremarkable, that appeared on the desk of a university professor in a city 300 miles away. The professor was a specialist in anomalous materials. The stone was accompanied by an unsigned note containing a set of geographic coordinates, those of black spruce. The professor, a man driven by a lifelong obsession with the unexplained, felt a thrill he had not felt in decades. He placed the stone in a lead-lined box for safekeeping. That night, he dreamed of a beautiful, intricate forest where the trees sang in a harmonious, mathematical language. He woke up convinced he had found the key to a new understanding of reality. He began to plan an expedition. The presence had learned. It no longer consumed with brute force. It would recruit. It would spread its pattern not through fear, but through the most dangerous vector of all, irresistible truth. The spiral was turning outward, and its design was beginning to touch the world. Story 2. The first thing he noticed was the silence. It was not the gentle quiet of a sleeping house, but an absolute void, a thick and woolen absence that pressed against his eardrums. Leo lay in his narrow bed, the thin sheet tangled around his legs, and listened for the sound that should have been there. It was the sound of his mother breathing in the next room, a soft, rhythmic sigh that had been the bedrock of his entire 14 years. It was gone. The house on Cal Arenales, in a dusty neighborhood on the wrong side of the railway tracks, in a forgotten Argentine town, had swallowed the sound whole. He called out, his voice a thin crack in the stillness. "Ma'am." No answer came. Only the silence, which now felt less like an absence and more like a presence, a patient listener in the dark. He swung his feet onto the cool, gritty floorboards. The moon, a sliver of bone-white light, cut through the grimy window, painting a weak stripe across the room. He padded out into the short hallway, the boards groaning under his weight, each sound a blasphemy against the hush. The door to his mother's room was ajar. He pushed it open. The room was empty. The bed was made, the thin floral spread pulled taut, a detail that struck him as profoundly wrong. His mother never made her bed until noon, a small rebellion against the order the world always tried to impose on her. The air smelled faintly of the cheap lavender water she liked, and something else, something metallic and old, like the scent of rain on hot iron. This was not like the other times. The other times, when the sadness had grown too heavy for her to carry, she would simply sit in the kitchen for hours, staring at the wall, her hands limp in her lap. She would be present in her absence, a ghost in her own skin. But this was different. This was a physical vacancy, a hole punched through the fabric of the everyday. He checked the small kitchen, the cramped bathroom. Nothing. A cold dread, sharp as a shard of glass, began to work its way up from his stomach into his throat. He went to the front door and found it unlocked. Stepping out onto the concrete porch, the night air was cool and carried the distant, lonely sound of a train whistle. The street was empty. washed in the jaundiced glow of a single, flickering sodium light. The neighbors' houses were dark, shuttered. The whole world seemed to have been emptied out, leaving only Leo and the oppressive, listening silence. Then he saw it. A single candle flame, a tiny, unwavering point of light, far down at the end of the street where the pavement gave way to packed earth and scrubland. It was a sight he had seen before, a ritual. His mother would sometimes walk down there at night when she couldn't sleep, to a small, crumbling shrine to a folk saint that no one remembered the name of. She would light a candle and just stand there, her lips moving in silent prayer. But she never went without telling him. Never. He pulled on his shoes and a thin jacket and started down the street, the silence now broken by the frantic thudding of his own heart. The sound was a drumbeat leading him forward. As he walked, the town seemed to shrink away from him, the houses turning their blind, dark windows toward his passage. He felt exposed, a solitary figure moving through a landscape that had been stripped of all other life. The candle flame did not waver. It was a fixed star in the terrestrial darkness. He thought of the stories his mother would tell him. Not bedtime stories of princes and dragons, but darker tales whispered after a glass of wine. Stories that smelled of earth and old blood. Stories of the men who had vanished during the dirty years, taken from their beds in the night, leaving behind only a terrible silence and a family cursed to wonder. Stories of the Labis En, the seventh son cursed to become a beast, and the Alma Mula, a woman punished for her sins to wander as a fiery mule. These were not myths to her. They were a kind of history, an explanation for the inexplicable cruelties that life delivered. Poverty was a ghost that haunted there every day, but there were older, hungrier ghosts behind it. He reached the edge of town. The shrine was nothing more than a niche carved into a mud brick wall, housing a small, featureless wooden figure, its face worn smooth by weather and time. The candle, a thick votive, sat at its feet, but his mother was not there. The space in front of the shrine was empty. The candle burned, a solitary, impossible eye, and then the silence broke. It was not broken by a sound, but by a memory, one that rose up in his mind with the force of a physical blow. It was from 3 nights ago. He had woken to the sound of voices from the kitchen, not the murmur of the television, but real voices. His mother S, strained and fearful, and a man S, low and insistent. He had crept out of bed and pressed his ear to the door. "They are asking questions, Alina," the man had said. His voice was familiar, a gravelly tone Leo associated with the butcher, C or Rinaldi, who always gave him an extra slice of morsilla. "About your father, about what he might have left behind. There is nothing," his mother had whispered, her voice trembling. "Nothing. It was all lost. You know this. They don't believe in lost things. They believe in hidden things. They think he talked before the end. They think he drew a map. A map to what? To his own grave." There was a bitterness in her voice Leo had never heard before. To the others, to the collection. The man's voice dropped even lower. They say he was not just a victim. They say he was a thief, that he took something from them, something that belongs to the Casa Resada itself. There was a long silence. Then his mother, her voice barely audible, had said, "He was a good man. He was scared. They broke him. Whatever he said, whatever he did, it is over. It is finished." "It is never finished, Alina," the man had replied, and Leo heard the scrape of a chair. "The past is not a ghost. A ghost can be banished. The past is a cancer. It grows in the dark. They will come for it. And if they cannot find it, they will come for you." For the boy, the memory faded, leaving Leo cold and shaking in the pre-dawn dark. The Casa Resada, the pink house, the seat of government, a phrase from the television news, from the history books they used in school. It had no place in his mother's kitchen. It was a world away from their life of patched clothes and cheap cuts of meat. But the fear in the man's voice had been real. The threat had been real. He looked back at the candle. Its flame was still, too still. It did not flicker in the slight breeze that had begun to stir the dust. He took a step closer, and then another. The air around the shrine grew colder. The metallic smell from his mother's room was here, too, stronger now, mixed with the scent of damp clay. He saw something then, half buried in the dirt at the base of the shrine. It was a small, rectangular object. He knelt and brushed away the soil. It was a photograph, old and faded, curled at the edges. It showed a group of people, men and women, standing formally. They were dressed in the fashion of another time, the men in suits, the women in severe dresses. Their faces were stern, unsmiling. But it was the background that made Leo's blood run cold. It was a room, and on the wall behind the group, barely visible in the grainy print, was a painting. He recognized it. It was the same cheap reproduction of a gaucho on a horse that hung in their own living room. A painting his mother said had belonged to her father. His eyes scanned the faces, and he found her. Not his mother, but a younger version of her same sad eyes, the same set of her jaw. His grandmother. And standing beside her, a man with a kind, weary face. His grandfather, the man who had vanished. But his gaze was drawn to the center of the group. A man stood there, taller than the others, his hand resting possessively on my grandfather's shoulder. The man was smiling, but it was not a kind smile. It was a smile of ownership. And even in the faded photograph, Leo could see the coldness in his eyes. He knew this man, too, not from life, but from the newspapers, from the history books. A face associated with the darkest chapters of the nation's past. A man who had presided over the disappearances. Leo's breath caught in his throat. The connection was impossible, monstrous. His family, his quiet, poor, insignificant family, was tied by an invisible thread to that world of state-sanctioned terror. The stories of ghosts and curses were just a cover, a way to talk about a horror that was too real, too human, to name. The candle flame flickered once, violently, and then went out. Not from the wind. There was no wind. It It was extinguished, as if by an unseen breath. The darkness that rushed in was absolute. It was a living thing, a suffocating blanket. Leo stumbled backward, the photograph clutched in his hand. He turned to run back toward the faint lights of the town, but the street was gone. Where the houses should have been was an endless, flat plain under a starless sky. The air was thick with the smell of iron and wet earth. And then he heard it. A sound that was not a sound, but a vibration in the ground, a rhythmic thudding. It was the sound of a heartbeat, immense and slow, coming from deep beneath the earth. It was the heartbeat of the silence, the heart of the absence that had taken his mother. A figure emerged from the darkness ahead. It was tall and thin, and it seemed to be made of shifting shadows. It did not walk so much as it unfolded, moving with a terrible, jerky grace. It had no face, only a smooth, pale expanse where a face should be. But Leo knew it was looking at him. He could feel its gaze like a physical weight. It raised a long, slender hand and pointed past him toward the shrine. Leo turned. The shrine was gone. In its place was a doorway, an open arch of darkness. And from within that darkness, he saw a flicker of light. Another candle, and standing beside it, her back to him, was his mother. "Ma'am," he cried, his voice a desperate sob. She did not turn. She was perfectly still. The shadow figure glided past him, its passage stirring the air with a cemetery chill. It moved toward the doorway, toward his mother. Leo tried to run, to scream, to do anything, but his feet were rooted to the spot. He was a prisoner in this nightmare landscape. The heartbeat from the earth grew louder, faster, a frantic drumming that matched the panic in his own chest. The shadow figure reached the doorway and stood behind his mother. It placed its hands on her shoulders. Slowly, mechanically, she began to turn. Leo did not want to see her face. He knew, with a certainty that froze his soul, that it would not be her face. It would be the face from the photograph, the cold, smiling face of the man, or it would be no face at all, just a void like the thing that held her. But as she turned, he saw not a face, but a reflection. The doorway was not a doorway, but a vast, dark mirror. And in the mirror, he did not see his mother and the shadow. He saw a long, opulent room with a polished floor. He saw men in uniform standing at attention. And he saw himself kneeling on the floor, his hands tied behind his back. He was older, his face gaunt and terrified. A man stood over him, the same man from the photograph, holding a rusty, curved knife. The vision was not a premonition. It was a memory of something that had not yet happened, but would happen, had always been happening, in a loop of perpetual terror. The violence of the past was not a ghost, it was a ritual. And his family was the sacrifice that had to be repeated over and over to keep the silence intact, to keep the cancer of the past growing in the dark. His mother finished turning. Her face was her own, but her eyes were wide with a terror so absolute it had erased her soul. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. only a puff of black dust. The shadow figure leaned forward, and its smooth face pressed against the back of her head, as if merging with her. The heartbeat from the earth reached a deafening crescendo, and then silence. The doorway vanished. The plane vanished. Leo stood once more on the dirt path at the edge of his town. The sky was beginning to lighten to a dull gray. The houses were there, solid and silent. In the distance, a dog barked. It was over. The night was over. He looked down at his hand. The photograph was gone. There was only the cold, empty air. He walked back to his house, his body numb, his mind a scar. He opened the front door. The house was just as he had left it. He went to his mother's room. The bed was still neatly made. The smell of lavender and iron was gone. He sat on the edge of his own bed and waited. He did not know what he was waiting for. The sun rose, casting a weak, indifferent light into the room. Later that morning, there was a knock at the door. It was C. or Rinaldi, the butcher. His face was pale, his eyes red-rimmed. "Leo," he said, his voice hoarse. I have terrible news." Leo just looked at him. "It's your mother. They found her near the old railway ditch. The police, they say it was her heart." Leo nodded slowly. He knew it was not her heart. It was the past. It was the cancer. It was the ritual. He went to live with a distant aunt in another province. He never spoke of that night. He grew up, he worked, he became a quiet man. But he was always listening for the silence, for the absence that was more real than any presence. And on certain nights, when the wind was right and the moon was a sliver of bone, he would feel a coldness settle in the room. He would smell the faint, metallic scent of rain on hot iron. And he would know that it was not over. It was never over. The past was not a ghost to be banished. The past was a cancer growing in the dark. The past was a ritual that demanded repetition. He would light a single candle and watch the flame, so still, so unwavering. He would listen for the heartbeat from the earth. He would wait for the shadow to find him, to complete the circle. He would wait for the silence to speak his name. He would wait for the door to open. He would wait for the ritual to begin again. He would wait for the ritual to begin again. He would wait for the ritual to begin again. He would wait for the ritual to begin again. The thought was a drumbeat in his skull, a rhythm as constant as his own breathing. The quiet life he built was a shell, a fragile construction of routine and silence. He worked as a clerk in a dusty government office in a city far from Cal Arenales, a place where the past was just a series of dates in a filing cabinet. He married a kind woman named Clara, who had a laugh like clear water. They had a daughter, Sophia, with his mother's eyes. He loved them with a ferocity that was edged with a constant, low-level terror. His love felt like a beacon, a light that might attract the attention of the thing that lived in the silence. He never returned to the town. He never visited the aunt who took him in, who died within a year of his arrival. Her own silence, a final, unanswered question. He severed all ties, believing that the thread connecting him to the past could be cut through sheer will. But the thread was not a physical thing. It was woven into him. It was the scar tissue on his soul. When Sophia was 7, she developed a habit of sleepwalking. They found her one night standing in the middle of the living room, facing a blank wall. She was perfectly still, her small body rigid. Clara wanted to wake her, but Leo held her back. He watched, his heart a cold stone in his chest. Sophia raised a hand and traced a shape on the wall, a rectangle, a door. Then she spoke, her voice not her own, a flat, hollow tone that belonged to a much older person. "The key is in the clock," she said. Then she lowered her hand and walked back to bed. The next morning, she remembered nothing. Clara was shaken, attributing it to a vivid dream, but Leo knew. The ritual was not confined to him. It was a stain passed down through blood. He spent the day in a cold sweat, trying to decipher her words. They had no clock, not a grandfather clock, nothing with a key. It was nonsense, a child-s gibberish. But that evening, as he was helping Sophia with a puzzle, she held up a piece shaped like a key. "Look, Pappy," she said. "It S for the clock." He followed her gaze to the puzzle box lid, which showed a detailed painting of a village square. In the background, barely visible, was a clock tower. He did not sleep that night. He lay awake, listening to the sounds of his family breathing, the sound he had once lost. Now, it was a sound he feared losing again. The past was not a ghost. It was a cancer, and it was growing. A week later, a letter arrived. It was addressed to him in a spidery, unfamiliar hand. The postmark was from his hometown. His hands trembled as he opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. There was no greeting, no signature, just a sentence, written in the same shaky script. "The clock in the square has stopped. He is waiting." Leo burned the letter in the sink, watching the paper curl and blacken, the ashes swirling down the drain. He told Clara it was junk mail, but the words were etched into his mind. The town square, the clock tower he had seen 1,000 times as a boy, its face permanently stuck at 3 minutes past 10. He had never given it a second thought. The pull was irresistible. It was a hook in his heart, reeling him in. He told Clara he had to go on a business trip, a lie that felt thin and pathetic. She looked at him with a concern that was laced with a new, unspoken fear. She had always sensed the shadow in him, the part of him that was forever locked away. The bus ride back was a journey into a fading photograph. The landscape was the same, yet everything was smaller, shabbier, drained of color. The railway tracks, the dusty streets, the jaundiced streetlights, it was all there, preserved in a kind of poverty-stricken amber. He got off the bus, and the silence hit him like a physical blow. It was the same silence, the same thick, woolen absence. It had been waiting for him. He walked through the town, his head down. No one recognized him. He was a ghost in his own past. The town square was unchanged. The The same dusty trees, the same cracked benches. And the clock tower, its ornate face still reading 10:03. He stood there, feeling exposed. What was he supposed to do? The note said, "He is waiting." Who? The shadow figure, the man from the photograph. He looked at the clock tower's base, a heavy wooden door banded with iron. It was locked, had always been locked. Then he remembered Sophia's words. The key is in the clock. He looked up at the motionless hands. 3 minutes past 10, 10:03, the numbers. He walked around the base, his eyes scanning the worn stone. Near the door, almost obscured by weeds, was a small, rusted metal grill set into the foundation. It looked like a ventilation cover. He knelt and pulled at it. With a groan of protest, it came away in his hand. Behind it was a dark space. He reached in, his fingers brushing against cold, damp stone. Then they closed around something metal. He pulled it out. It was a long, old-fashioned key, heavy and cold. His breath caught. This was it, the threshold, the beginning of the ritual. He knew with a terrifying certainty that if he put the key in the lock, he would be stepping back into the nightmare. He would be accepting his role. But if he turned away, the cancer would grow. It would find Sophia next. It would use her to complete the circle. He looked at the key in his hand, then at the lock on the door. The silence of the square was absolute. The town held its breath. He had a choice, but it was no choice at all. It was a ritual, and his part was to play it out. He inserted the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click that was shockingly loud in the stillness. The door swung inward, revealing not a clockwork mechanism, but a steep staircase leading down into darkness. And from below, rising up to meet him, was the familiar metallic scent of rain on hot iron. And something else, the slow, rhythmic thudding of a heartbeat. The sound was not just in the ground now. It vibrated in the iron of the key, in the bones of his skull. It was a summons. Leo took a step down, then another, leaving the indifferent gray light of the square behind. The air grew colder and heavier with each descent. The smell of iron so strong it coated his tongue. The stairs were worn smooth by time, and his footsteps made no echo, the sound swallowed by the pressing dark. After what felt like an eternity of descent, the stairs ended. He stood on the threshold of a vast, subterranean space. It was not a cellar or a crypt. It was a perfect replica of the opulent room he had seen in the dark mirror all those years ago. The polished floor reflected a dim, sourceless light. The walls were lined with bookshelves filled with identical, leather-bound volumes. At the far end of the room was a large, empty desk. And it was not empty. A man sat behind the desk, his back to Leo. He was tall, even seated. He wore a formal jacket, the cut from another era. His hair was silvered and perfectly groomed. The man did not turn. His voice, when he spoke, was calm, cultured, and horribly familiar. It was the voice from the memory, the voice that had spoken to his mother. "You are punctual, Leonardo." The clock may have stopped, but but the schedule remains. Leo could not move. He could only stare at the back of the man's head. You have the look of your grandfather, the man continued, as if remarking on the weather. He was a good man, a loyal man, until he was not. He thought he could steal from us. He thought he could hide something that belongs to the record, to the collection. The man slowly swiveled in his chair. It was him. The face from the photograph, no longer young, but impossibly preserved. The cold eyes undimmed by time. He was not a ghost. He was a man. A man who had been waiting in this underground room for decades. Where is my mother? Leo's voice was a dry rasp. The man gestured with a languid hand toward the bookshelves. She is with us. She is part of the collection now. As your grandfather is, as you will be. Leo's eyes followed the gesture. He saw now that the leather-bound volumes on the shelves were not books. They were boxes, each one uniform, each one labeled with a small brass plate. He took a stumbling step closer and read the nearest plate. It held a name he recognized from a missing persons list he had once secretly studied. The past is not a story to be forgotten, Leonardo, the man said. It is a resource to be managed, a narrative to be controlled. The disappearances were not an accident. They were a pruning, a necessary silencing. But silence leaves a residue, an absence that must be curated. He stood up, and he was even taller than Leo had imagined. He walked to the shelves and ran a finger along the spine of one of the boxes. This is the true Casa Rosada, not the pink house of government, but the silent house of memory. This is where the stories are kept, where the voices are stored. Your grandfather tried to remove one of these voices. He thought it deserved to be heard. He was wrong. The man turned to face Leo fully, and in his hand, he held a small, curved knife. It was not rusty, as it had been in the vision. It was polished and sharp, gleaming in the dull light. The ritual is not about killing, Leonardo. It is about incorporation. Your mother understood that in the end. She came here willingly to take your grandfather's place, to maintain the balance. But the balance is upset. A thread was left loose. Leo backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The staircase behind him was gone, replaced by a solid wall of bookshelves. The cancer is not the past, the man said, advancing slowly. The cancer is truth, and we are the surgeons who cut it out. We preserve the health of the nation by burying its sickness deep. And now, it is your turn. Your daughter has the sight, you know. She will need guidance, or she will need to be curated too. The mention of Sophia broke the paralysis of terror that held Leo. A raw animal sound tore from his throat. He lunged, not at the man, but at the shelves, grabbing one of the leather boxes. It was heavier than it looked, solid. The man's calm facade cracked for an instant, a flicker of outrage in his cold eyes. Do not touch the collection. Leo hurled the box at the man. It struck him in the chest, and he staggered back with a grunt. The box fell to the floor, its lid popping open. There was no body inside, no physical remains. Instead, a cascade of black, fine dust poured out, and with it, a single, sustained whisper of a word that was lost in the rush of air. In that moment of distraction, Leo saw it. A sliver of darkness where the staircase had been was now visible again. He ran for it, the man's roar of fury echoing in the vast room. He did not look back. He scrambled up the stairs, the heartbeat sound rising to a frantic, angry pounding beneath his feet. He burst out into the square, the bright daylight shocking his eyes. He slammed the heavy door shut and turned the key, locking it. He threw the key as far as he could into the dusty bushes of the square. He stood there, panting, expecting the door to burst open, for the man to emerge. But nothing happened. The square was quiet. The clock still read 10:03. He walked away, back to the bus station, his body trembling. He had not escaped. He knew that now. He had merely postponed the inevitable. The ritual was not a single event. It was a system, and he had just become a loose thread in its tapestry. He would go home to Clara and Sophia. He would hold them and love them. And he would wait. He would listen. The silence had a curator now, and it knew his name. The past was a room underground, and the door was still locked for now. The bus ride home was a blur of fear and grim resolution. The familiar streets of his adopted city, once a sanctuary, now felt like a temporary camp in enemy territory. Clara knew something was terribly wrong the moment he walked through the door. He looked 10 years older, his eyes haunted in a way she had never seen before. He did not tell her the truth. He could not. The truth was a poison he would not let touch her. He simply held her and Sophia, his embrace too tight, his silence more profound than ever. He became a watchman in his own home. He installed new locks on the doors and windows. He never let Sophia out of his sight if he could help it. He watched her as she slept, listening for the telltale creak of the floorboards that might signal another sleepwalking episode. He scrutinized the mail with a paranoid intensity, dreading another letter in that spidery hand. But none came. Months turned into a year. The sharp edge of his terror began to dull, worn down by the mundane rhythm of life. He almost convinced himself that he had imagined it all, that the man in the room was a hallucination born of grief. Almost. It was a Tuesday afternoon when he found the book on Sophia's bedside table. It was a simple picture book about a town with a clock tower, a book he was certain they did not own. The illustration on the cover was generic, but the clock's hands were unmistakably set to 3 minutes past 10. His blood ran cold. "Where did you get this, me Ammer?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. Sophia shrugged, not looking up from her coloring. "The quiet man gave it to me." Leo's heart stopped. "What quiet man?" "At the park. He had a nice smile. He said you'd like the story." Leo did not run to the park. He walked, every muscle tense, his senses screaming. The park was empty except for a few mothers with strollers. He saw no one who matched the description of the man from the underground room. But on a bench near the swings, someone had left a single object, a long, old-fashioned key, identical to the one he had thrown into the bushes in the town square. He picked it up. It was cold and heavy in his hand. It was a message, a reminder. The lock he had closed could be opened again. They were not hiding from him. They were watching. They were waiting for him to make the next move, to fulfill his part. That night, he went to the small toolbox in the hall closet. He took out a hammer. He carried the key and the hammer down to the Building S basement, to the corner where the Building S furnace hummed. He intended to destroy the key, to beat it into an unrecognizable lump of metal. But as he raised the hammer, he hesitated. Destroying the key would not destroy the system. It would only anger the curator. It might bring the consequences down on Sophia sooner. The ritual demanded participation. Refusal was just another form of participation, a different step in the dance. He lowered the hammer. He slipped the key into his pocket. He understood now that his life was not his own. It was a page in someone else's ledger. His only choice was the nature of his entry. He could be a victim, curated and silenced, or he could become something else. A keeper of the silence, a guardian of the threshold. He had to learn the rules of the ritual, not to break them, but to bend them. To protect his daughter, he went back upstairs. He kissed Sophia goodnight, his lips lingering on her forehead. He looked at Clara, memorizing the lines of her face. He then went to his desk and took out a fresh sheet of paper and a pen. He did not write a letter. He began to draw a map of a town square with a clock tower at its center. He was not trying to escape the record anymore. He was starting a new chapter. He was going to learn everything he could about the collection. He would find its weaknesses, its other curators. He would become a student of the silence. The past was a cancer, yes. But sometimes, to fight a cancer, you have to study it. You have to learn how it grows. Leo picked up the pen. The ritual was beginning again, but this time, he would not be the sacrifice. He would be the scribe. He would write his own name into the record on his own terms. The key in his pocket felt less like a weight and more like a tool. The door was closed, but he had the means to open it. And next time, he would be ready. The map grew over the following weeks, a sprawling web of lines and notes that covered the entire wall of his study. He started with what he knew: the town, the square, the clock tower. He drew the staircase, the room below. He wrote the names from the brass plates he had seen, researching each one, finding the thin, public stories of their disappearances. He cross-referenced dates, locations, professions. He was looking for a pattern, a logic to the curation. Clara saw the change in him. The frantic fear had been replaced by a quiet, obsessive intensity. He spent hours on the phone with archivists and local historians, always under the guise of writing a book. He told her it was a novel, a way to process his past. It was a lie, but it was a lie that contained a sliver of truth, and she seemed to accept it, though a new distance grew between them, filled with the things he could not say. One evening, he found a connection. 3 of the names from the collection had been journalists, all investigating corruption in the same provincial government during the late 1960s. A 4th had been a union organizer. Their disappearances had been attributed to the political turmoil of the era, vague and unresolved. But Leo saw the thread. They were not random victims. They were people who knew things, people who threatened to tell stories that someone wanted buried. The collection was not just a graveyard of people. It was a library of silenced truths. He was so absorbed in his research that he almost missed the sound from Sophia's room. It was not the sound of footsteps. It was the sound of her voice, humming a tune he had never heard before, a slow, melancholy melody that felt older than the house itself. He crept to her door and peered inside. She was sitting up in bed, her eyes wide open, but she was not awake. Her small hands were moving in her lap, as if she were winding something. "It is almost time, Pappy," she said, her voice that same flat, hollow tone. "The clock is almost ready." Then she lay down and was instantly asleep, the humming cut short. Leo stood frozen in the doorway. They were not just watching. They were communicating with her, using her as a conduit. The ritual was not waiting for him to return. It was advancing on its own front, here, in his home. The next day, a package arrived. It was a small, flat box, wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no return address, but the postmark was from his hometown. His hands were steady as he opened it. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a photograph. It was recent. It showed Clara and Sophia walking hand in hand to the grocery store, taken from across the street. On the back, in the same spidery script, was a single word: soon. Leo did not burn this one. He placed it on his desk, next to his growing map. It was not a threat anymore. It was a piece of data. They were showing him their methods. They were demonstrating their reach. The message was clear. He could not hide, and neither could his family. His research was a race against a clock he could not see. That night, he took the key from his pocket. He held it in his hand, feeling its cold weight. He knew what he had to do. He could not wait for them to come to him. He had to go back. But he would not go as a victim. He would go as a researcher. He would go with a question. He waited until the house was asleep. He kissed Clara's forehead, his heart aching with the love he could not fully express. He stood over Sophia's bed, promising her silently that he would break the chain. Then he went to his study and took the map down from the wall, folding it carefully. He put it in his jacket pocket, along with the key. He drove through the night, the empty road a black ribbon leading back to the past. The town was even quieter than before, if that was possible. The square was deserted, the clock faced a pale moon in the darkness. The key was still where he had thrown it, nestled in the weeds as if it had been waiting for him. He picked it up. The lock on the heavy door accepted the key with the same smooth, oiled click. The staircase was there, descending into the same profound darkness. The scent of iron and old paper washed over him. This time, he did not hesitate. He walked down, his footsteps firm. The room was exactly as he remembered it. The polished floor, the endless shelves of leather boxes. The desk was empty. He walked to the center of the room and stood waiting. The silence was different now. It was attentive. "I have a question," Leo said, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. From the shadows between the bookshelves, the tall man emerged. He looked exactly the same, his expression one of cold amusement. "A question," the man said. "We are archivists, Leonardo, not teachers." "Every system has a purpose," Leo said, repeating a line he had written on his map. "What is the purpose of this one?" "You silence people to protect a narrative." "But who decides the narrative?" The man smiled, a thin, bloodless curve of the lips. "The one who holds the pen. The one who holds the knife. It has always been that way." "But you are just a curator," Leo pressed. "You follow rules. There must be a higher authority, a reason for all of this." The man's smile faded. He looked at Leo with a new, appraising interest. "You are trying to understand the machine so you can break it. A noble, if futile, endeavor." "I am trying to protect my daughter," Leo said. "Tell me what you want. Tell me what will satisfy the ritual." The man was silent for a long moment. Then he gestured to the shelves. "The collection is incomplete. A volume is missing. The one your grandfather stole. It contains a truth that is inconvenient. Find it. Bring it back. Do this, and the balance will be restored. Your line will be left in peace." "What is in it?" Leo asked. "That is not your concern," the man replied. "Your concern is its return. Consider it your inheritance. And if I refuse?" The man's cold eyes flickered toward the staircase, toward the world above. "Then we will continue our conversations with Sophia. She is a very receptive child." Leo felt a chill, but he also felt a grim sense of victory. He had a task, an objective. It was a thread he could pull. "How do I find it?" The man reached into his jacket and produced a small, faded envelope. "Your grandfather was a sentimental man. He left a trail. Start here." Leo took the envelope. Inside was a key, not an iron key, but a small brass key for a post office box. The number was handwritten on the fob. It was from a city over 500 miles away. "The clock is ticking, Leonardo," the man said. And then he turned and melted back into the shadows between the shelves. Leo stood alone in the silent room. He had gotten what he came for, not an escape, but a mission. He was no longer just a victim or a scribe. He was a hunter, searching for a ghost from the past to buy his daughter's future. He turned and walked back up the stairs, the brass key feeling heavier than the iron one in his pocket. The ritual had not ended. It had simply entered a new phase. The city was a sprawling, noisy shock to his system after the profound silence of the room below the square. Leo found the post office, a grand, decaying building from a busier era. The brass key turned smoothly in the lock of box 413. Inside was not a stack of letters, but a single, small notebook bound in worn black leather. He did not open it there. He took it to a cramped, anonymous cafe and ordered a coffee he did not drink. His hands trembled as he untied the thin leather cord holding the notebook shut. The pages were filled with his grandfather's tight, precise handwriting. It was a diary, but not of daily life. It was a record of obsession. Entries were cryptic, a mix of personal reflections and cold facts. Names, dates, locations. His grandfather had not just stolen a box, he had been studying the collection itself. He referred to the curators as the librarians. He wrote of their rules, their rituals. He described the silencing not as murder, but as binding. The voice was separated from the body, the truth from the world, and stored away. But his grandfather had discovered a flaw, a name that had been bound incorrectly, a truth that had been deemed too dangerous, even for the collection, and was scheduled for total erasure. "This is not preservation," his grandfather had written on the last page, the ink blotted as if from a shaking hand. "This is cowardice. They are not protecting history, they are murdering it. I have taken the voice of Emiliano Gutierrez. I will not let it be unmade. If I fail, the knowledge must not die with me." There was no address, no clue as to where his grandfather had hidden the box. But there was a sketch, a rough drawing of a symbol, a bell tower with a crack running down its side. Below it, his grandfather had written a single word, resonantia. Leo spent the next 2 days in library archives and historical societies, searching for a bell tower that matched the sketch. He found it in the history of a small, remote monastery high in the Sierras. The monastery of San Lorenzo had been famous for its bell, cast with a unique alloy that was said to give its chime an extraordinary resonant quality. The bell had cracked during a storm in the 1940s and had never been repaired. The monastery was largely abandoned now. It was a thin lead, but it was the only one he had. He drove for hours, the road winding up into the mountains, the air growing thin and cold. The monastery was a cluster of stone buildings clinging to the side of a cliff. The silence here was different from the square. It was a natural silence, broken only by the wind. The bell tower was easy to find. He climbed the crumbling stairs, his heart pounding with a mixture of exertion and anticipation. The great bronze bell hung in the gloom, a jagged black crack splitting it from lip to crown. The space beneath the bell was filled with debris and pigeon droppings, but in one corner, partly hidden by fallen stones, was a familiar shape, a leather box, identical to the ones in the underground room, but covered in a thick layer of dust. He pulled it out. The brass plate was tarnished, but the name was clear, Emiliano Gutierrez. This was it, the missing volume, the inconvenient truth. He did not open it. He was afraid of what might be released. He carried it carefully back to his car, placing it on the passenger seat as if it were a sleeping child. He had done it. He had found what the curator demanded. He could return it by Sophia's safety. and perhaps his own. But as he drove down the mountain, his grandfather's words echoed in his mind. They are not protecting history, they are murdering it. Was he really going to hand this voice, this truth that his grandfather had died to protect, back to the silent room? Was that protection, or was it complicity? He pulled over to the side of the winding road. The valley spread out below him. He looked at the box. The choice was no longer just about survival. It was about what kind of survivor he would be. He could return the box and live a life of quiet fear, always waiting for the next demand. Or he could break the cycle. He could open the box. He could learn the truth that was worth killing for and worth dying for. He reached out a hand, his fingers hovering over the simple brass clasp. The ritual demanded the box be returned intact. But Leo was no longer just following the rules. He was beginning to make his own. He took a deep breath and flipped the clasp. The lid opened with a soft sigh. There was no black dust inside. There was only a single folded piece of paper. He picked it up and unfolded it. It was not a document. It was a map of the underground room, showing a section of shelving his eyes had skipped over. And in the margin, in his grandfather's hand, was written, "The cure is not in forgetting the disease, but in remembering the physician. Find the first box." Leo stared at the map, understanding dawning. The curator had lied. The return of this box would not bring balance. It would complete a silencing his grandfather had tried to prevent. But his grandfather had left him a weapon, not a truth to be shouted, but a location. The first box, the origin of the collection. He looked from the box on the seat to the map in his hand. The ritual was not over. It had just become a war. The drive back to the city was a blur of shifting gears and racing thoughts. The curator's lie was a fact now, solid and cold in his mind. The man had not sent him on a simple retrieval mission. He had sent him to complete an erasure. Emiliano Gutierrez's voice was not just inconvenient, it was a key. And his grandfather had hidden it not from the world, but from the collection itself. Leo did not go home. He couldn't, not with the box in his possession. He checked into a motel on the outskirts of the city, a place with thin walls and the smell of stale cigarettes. He locked the door and placed the box and the map on the cheap wooden desk. The map his grandfather had drawn was meticulous, a precise layout of the underground room. The section it highlighted was not along the main walls, but in a corner he remembered as being deep in shadow, almost behind the desk where the curator had stood. The first box, the origin. What could it contain? The name of the founder, the original rules of the ritual, a weakness. He felt the weight of the iron key in his pocket. He had to go back. But this time, he would not be asking questions. He would be taking something. He called Clara. He told her a story about a last-minute research trip, an archive that had unexpectedly opened its doors. His voice was calm, practiced. He asked about Sophia. "She is fine," Clara said, but her tone was distant, wary. "She has been quiet today. drawing again. She drew a picture of a key and a bell. Leo closed his eyes, a fresh wave of cold fear washing over him. They were still with her, their connection unbroken. His time was running out. "I'll be home soon," he promised, the words feeling hollow. He waited for nightfall. The return to the town square felt like stepping onto a stage for the final act. The clock tower loomed, its face illuminated in the darkness. This time, he didn't hesitate at the heavy door. The key turned with its familiar, oiled click. The silence that greeted him at the bottom of the stairs was expectant, almost hungry. The room was unchanged. The endless shelves stood in neat, terrifying rows. He ignored them, walking with a purpose straight to the corner indicated on the map. It was there, exactly as drawn, a single, freestanding shelf, darker and older looking than the others. And on it, there was only one box. It had no brass plate. Instead, a single symbol was tooled into the leather, a circle intersected by a single vertical line. The same symbol he had seen on the Curator S ring. This was it, the first box. He reached for it, his hand steady. As his fingers touched the worn leather, a voice spoke from directly behind him. "I did not grant you permission to browse." Leo snatched his hand back and turned. The curator stood there, his tall frame blocking the path to the stairs. His cold amusement was gone, replaced by a flat, dangerous calm. "You lied to me," Leo said, his voice echoing in the vast space. Returning that box wouldn't he have saved Sophia? It would have just finished your work. "The work is never finished," the curator replied. "It is maintained. You were meant to be a custodian of that maintenance. Your grandfather was a flawed tool. It seems you are too. What is in this box?" Leo demanded, gesturing to the first box. "The source of the silence," the curator said, taking a step forward. The first voice that was bound. "It is not for you." "Everything is for me now," Leo said. "You made it for me when you threatened my daughter." He moved quickly, grabbing the box from the shelf. It was lighter than he expected. The curator S face remained impassive, but a flicker of something alarm, or perhaps respect, crossed his eyes. "That is a final step, Leonardo. There is no returning from it. Open it, and you become part of the collection. Not a name on a box, but the subject of it. Your silence will be absolute." Leo held the box tight. He thought of Sophia S. hollow voice, of Clara S. worried eyes. He thought of the map on his wall, the web of stolen lives. He was not just saving his family anymore. He was answering his grandfather S. call. "Some silences need to be broken," he said. He opened the clasp. There was no burst of light, no spectral voice. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a small, tarnished silver locket, and next to it, a photograph. The photograph was old, sepia-toned. It showed a young man and woman, their faces serious but hopeful. The woman was beautiful, with dark, intelligent eyes. The man had his arm around her. Leo recognized him instantly. It was his grandfather, decades younger. He picked up the locket, opened easily. Inside was a tiny, pressed flower and a lock of dark hair. And engraved on the inside of the lid were 2 words, Para Isabella. He looked at the curator, whose expression had not changed. Who was she? Isabella Guidi Arez, the curator said softly. Emiliano S. sister. Your grandfather S. great love. She knew everything. She was going to expose the whole system. She was the first binding. The first voice we took. The truth hit Leo with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just about politics or power. It was personal. The collection had begun with a crime of the heart. His grandfather, hadn't he just been a scholar of the silence? He had been its victim. He had stolen Emiliano S. box, not for justice, but for revenge. To protect the memory of the woman he loved. Leo looked from the locket to the curator. And you? Who are you in this story? The man gave a slow, thin smile. It was a smile of absolute, timeless weariness. I am the one who held the pen. I am the one who held the knife. I am the first curator. I am the reason the silence began. He took another step forward, and Leo saw the truth not in his eyes, but in the shape of his face, in the line of his jaw, so similar to the young man in the photograph. I am your great uncle, the curator said, and you, Leonardo, have just chosen to join your grandfather. And Isabella. Story 3. The line was always there, a razor's edge drawn by the last sliver of sun against the ragged teeth of the mountains. On one side, the bruised purple of twilight, the cool promise of night. On the other, the lingering, feverish orange of a day refusing to die. Chris watched it from the driver's seat of his aging sedan, the steering wheel cool and gritty under his palms. It was a boundary he understood, a division as clear as the dotted yellow line on the asphalt unspooling before him. But as he drove, the line did not hold. It bled. The dark seeped into the light smoldered in the dark, until the world outside his windshield became a single, unsettling smear of color. A twilight soup into which he was plunging deeper with every rotation of his worn tires. He was not running from anything, not in the dramatic sense. He was simply moving, a leaf caught in the sluggish current of his own life. A dead-end job left behind, a relationship dissolved into polite silence, an apartment full of boxes now in storage. The journey was the point, the motion itself a substitute for purpose. But motion required fuel and rest, and the night was winning its war against the day. The emptiness of the desert landscape, vast and indifferent, began to feel less like freedom and more like a prelude to being forgotten. That was when he saw the light. It was a single, jaundiced eye winking in the gathering gloom, a beacon that promised nothing more than a roof and a pause. A sign, bleached by sun and scoured by wind, materialized from the dusk. The letters were faded but legible. The VRTIAS Motel. Vacancy, the word below, flickered in a weak crimson pulse. The building itself was a long, low-slung thing of pale stucco, the color of bone, with a dozen identical doors facing a cracked asphalt parking lot. It looked less built and more deposited. A strange carapace left behind by some long-vanished creature. He pulled in, the crunch of gravel under his tires, an unnaturally loud sound in the immense quiet. The air that met him when he opened the car door was cool and carried the scent of dust and creosote, a dry, ancient smell. The office was a small, brightly lit box attached to the main building. A bell above the door announced his entrance with a tinny, dying jangle. The man behind the counter looked up from a ledger, his movement slow, deliberate. His name was Lewis. He was perhaps 60, with a face that seemed to have been shaped by wind and worry, the skin leathery and cross-hatched with fine lines. His eyes were the color of old ice, and they held a stillness that was immediately unsettling. He did not smile. "Help you?" The voice was dry as the desert air. "Just a room for the night," Chris said, his own voice sounding too loud, too young. Lewis nodded slowly, as if considering a complex proposition. His gaze drifted past Chris, out to the parking lot, to the car, as if taking inventory of his solitude. Just the one night. It wasn't a question. He pushed a registration card across the counter. The pen he provided was chained to a small, yellowed plastic bone. Chris filled in his name, his license plate number, the motions feeling strangely ceremonial. "You ray a long way from anywhere," Lewis said, not looking at the card. "Just passing through. Guarantee we all," Lewis murmured, and the way he said it made the phrase sound like an epitaph. He took a key from a pegboard behind him, a real, heavy brass key with a large, diamond-shaped fob stamped with the number 7. End of the row. Quietest one. Room 7 smelled of disinfectant and something else, something sweet and faintly rotten, like flowers left too long in a vase. The air was cold, a manufactured chill that seeped through his clothes. The bedspread was a pattern of brown and orange diamonds, faded and threadbare in places. The painting above the bed was a generic desert landscape, but the sky in it was a violent, unnatural purple. Chris dropped his bag on the floor and sat on the edge of the bed. The springs groaned a protest. He could feel the vast, empty silence of the desert pressing against the thin walls of the room, a pressure against his eardrums. Sleep, when it came, was not restful. He dreamed of standing in the motel parking lot, watching his own car drive away without him. He dreamed of the sign, but the word vacancy had changed. It now read vanity, pulsing its red pulse into the night. He woke with a start, his heart hammering, to the sound of a vehicle slowing on the highway outside. He waited for the sound to pass, but it didn't. It stopped. Gravel crunched. A car door slammed. Peering through the slats of the blinds, he saw a sedan, dark and unmarked, parked near the office. A man in a plain jacket got out and stood for a moment, looking at the motel before walking to the office door. The light inside went out, then came back on. Chris let the blind fall back into place. It was none of his business. This was a place of transience, of people coming and going in the night. Yet, the encounter felt charged, a secret meeting in the dead hours. He lay back down, but sleep was now a distant country. He listened to the hum of the ancient air conditioner, a sound like a trapped insect, and waited for dawn. The morning sun was harsh, bleaching the color from the world. Chris decided to stay another night. The car had developed a new, worrying sound, a faint knock from deep within the engine, and the thought of breaking down in the emptiness between here and the next town was more frightening than the strange atmosphere of the Veritas. Lewis showed no surprise when Chris appeared at the office to pay for another night. He simply took the money and nodded, his icy eyes giving nothing away. Later, as Chris was checking his engine oil, a woman pulled into the lot in a dusty SUV. She was somewhere in her 40s, with a tense, worried face. She went straight to the office. Chris could hear the raised, strained tones of her voice, though not the words. Lewis S. responses were a low, steady murmur, a rock against which her anxiety broke. After a few minutes, she came out, her shoulders slumped. She saw Chris and hesitated, then walked over. "I am sorry to bother you," she said. Her name was Everly. "I am looking for my brother. He was traveling through this way a week ago. He said he might stop here. His name is Dale." Chris wiped his hands on a rag. "Haven't he seen anyone? I just got in last night." Her eyes, a worried blue, scanned his face as if looking for a lie. "The man in there," she jerked her head toward the office, "says he hasn't had a guest in over a week. But I know my brother. He would have stopped here. It's the only place for miles." She hugged her arms around herself. He's an investigator. He was looking into something. He said this place, he said it was important. A cold trickle of unease traced Chris S.'s spine. He thought of the car in the night, the man in the jacket. Maybe he just moved on. "He calls me every day," she said, her voice cracking. "Every day, without fail, for 10 years. She looked back at the motel office, where the silhouette of Lewis was visible behind the blinds, perfectly still. There's something wrong with this place. Can't you feel it? After she drove away, the encounter clung to Chris like a cobweb. The investigator, the missing brother, the owner with his unsettling stillness. The pieces were there, but they refused to form a coherent picture, only a vague, menacing shape. That afternoon, he took a walk away from the motel, out into the scrubland. The heat was a physical weight. In the distance, he saw a figure standing beside a strange, stunted tree. As he drew nearer, he saw it was Lewis, just standing there, staring out at the empty desert. "Everything all right?" Chris asked, his voice startlingly loud. Lewis turned slowly. His face was calm, but his eyes held a deep, unfathomable weariness. "My mother used to say the desert is a mirror," he said, his voice barely a whisper above the dry wind. "It shows you what you bring to it. If you bring fear, it shows you monsters. If you bring peace, it shows you God." He looked back at the vast, empty expanse. "She lived here her whole life, Marie. She built the Veritas with my father. She had strong opinions. Is she still around?" Chris asked, though he already sensed the answer. A strange, almost imperceptible smile touched Louis S. lips. She is the motel, and the motel is her. He began to walk back, not waiting for Chris. You should be inside before dark. The second night was worse. The dreams were more vivid. He was walking down the row of motel doors, but they were all identical, stretching to infinity. From behind one door, he heard a woman's voice, sharp and commanding, though he could not make out the words. From behind another, a sound like dry seeds shaking in a gourd. He woke up parched, his mouth dry as dust. He went to the sink for water, and in the mirror, for a split second, he did not see his own reflection, but that of an old woman with severe, accusing eyes and a mouth set in a bitter line. He spun around, his heart in his throat, but the room was empty. When he looked back, it was only his own frightened face staring back. The next morning, the investigator returned. This time, he came directly to Chris S. door. He identified himself as Dale, flashing a badge too quickly to see. He had the same worried blue eyes as his sister. "I need to ask you a few questions," Dale said, his voice low and urgent. "About the owner. Has he said anything to you? Done anything strange?" Chris, still rattled from the night, invited him in. He told him about Louis S. odd pronouncements, about the feeling of being watched, about the dream and the face in the mirror. Dale listened intently, his jaw tight. "My sister was here. She told me. Louis Veritas, his mother Marie, was suspected in disappearances going back 30 years. Travelers, drifters, people who wouldn't he be missed. Never any proof. She was a formidable woman, they say, dominating. Louis lived with her his whole life. She died 5 years ago, but the stories, they didn't he stop." He leaned forward. "I think he is continuing her work. I think this motel is a trap, a lure. And I think my predecessor, the man who was investigating before me, vanished here last week. The revelation should have been terrifying, but to Chris, it felt like a key clicking in a lock. The unease, the silence, the sense of something deeply wrong, it all made a horrible, logical sense. The horror was not supernatural. It was familial, a legacy of violence passed down like a family heirloom. "What do we do?" Chris asked. "I am going to search his private quarters. The office in the back. I need you to be a witness. Keep him talking out here if he comes out." The plan was flimsy, born of desperation. But Chris agreed. The normality of his life was so far away. This reality of secrets and violence now felt more immediate. He waited by his car, the sun beating down, as Dale slipped around the back of the office. The minutes stretched. The silence was absolute, broken only by the buzzing of a fly against the hot glass of his windshield. Then a sound, a sharp, choked cry cut off abruptly. It came from inside the office. Chris's blood ran cold. He should get in his car and drive. Now, but his feet were moving toward the office. The bell jangled as he opened the door. Louis was standing behind the counter, wiping his hands on a dark cloth. He was perfectly calm. There was no sign of Dale, "Can I help you, Chris?" Lewis asked. His voice was the same dry, quiet rasp. I thought I heard something." Lewis's eyes were deep, still pools. "The desert plays tricks. The wind. It can sound like almost anything." He gestured with his head toward the back room. The door was slightly ajar. My mother's room. She dosed tea like loud noises. Chris's gaze was drawn to that sliver of darkness behind the door. He thought he saw something move, a shift in the shadows. A faint, sweet, rotten smell drifted from the opening. The smell from his room. "I think I'll be checking out," Chris said, his voice trembling. "It's not that simple," Lewis said, and for the first time, there was a flicker of emotion in his voice. "It might have been pity. You've been here too long. You've seen too much. She knows you now." "She's dead," Chris whispered, the words feeling absurd. "Is she?" Lewis asked. He looked toward the back room, and his posture changed, subtly, becoming less a man and more a servant. "A son. She is the motel. The motel is her. She doesn't tea like her guests to leave. She gets lonely." Chris backed toward the door, his heart hammering against his ribs. He fumbled for the handle, yanked it open, and stumbled out into the blinding sun. He ran to his car, his keys slipping in his sweaty hand. He jammed the key into the ignition, turned it. The engine cranked, groaned, and died. He tried again. Nothing but a sickly, whining sound. The knock he'd heard before was now a definitive, final silence. He looked up through the windshield. Lewis was standing in the doorway of the office, watching him, not with menace, but with a kind of resigned sadness. And beside him, faint at first, then solidifying in the shadows of the doorway, was the figure of an old woman, Marie. Her face was severe, her eyes burning with a cold, possessive light. She was there, and not there, a memory made manifest in the wood and stucco of the place she had built. Chris abandoned the car. He ran, not down the highway, but into the desert, toward the stunted tree where he had spoken to Lewis. The sun was brutal, the ground uneven. He ran until his lungs burned, then he turned to look back. The motel sat in the distance, a white scar on the landscape. It looked small, insignificant, but he could still feel it, a pull, a presence. He had to keep moving. He trudged for what felt like hours, the sun beginning its descent, painting the sky in those same feverish colors he had seen upon his arrival. His throat was raw with thirst. He crested a small rise, expecting to see the highway, a sign of civilization. Instead, he saw the motel. It was directly below him, identical in every way. The cracked parking lot, the row of doors, the sign with its pulsing red vacancy. It was impossible. He had run in a straight line away from it. A sob caught in his throat. He turned and ran again, this time in a different direction, panic giving him a fresh burst of energy. He stumbled through arroyos, scrambled over rocks, his clothes tearing, his skin scratched by thorns. He climbed another rise, his chest heaving. The motel was there, again and again. No matter which way he ran, no matter how far, He always emerged from the desert to find himself on the rise, overlooking the Veritas. It was the center of a universe that had folded in on itself. The desert was not a place, it was a wall. And the motel was the only room. As full darkness fell, he stopped running. He walked slowly, defeated, down the slope and into the parking lot. The air was cold now. The door to room 7 was open. He walked inside. The smell of disinfectant and dying flowers was stronger. The air conditioner hummed its insect hum. He went to the mirror above the sink. He expected to see a wild-eyed, desperate man, coated in dust and sweat. But the reflection was not his own. It was Louis. Louis, with his leathery skin and his eyes of old ice. The reflection looked back at him, not with malice, but with a profound and endless weariness. Chris raised a hand, and the reflection raised its hand. He touched his own face, and the reflection touched the face of Louis Veritas. There was no terror, no scream. The realization did not crash over him in a wave. It simply was, a truth as cold and solid as the floor beneath his feet. The traveler seeking refuge, the weary soul, he was not a victim who had stumbled into a trap. He was a successor, a replacement. The motel, Marie, required a keeper. Louis had been waiting. He had been waiting for someone whose boundaries were already blurred, someone between places, between lives, someone who could be unmade and remade. Chris looked at the reflection, his reflection, and saw the long years stretching out ahead, a silent vigil in this lonely place at the edge of the world. He saw the guests who would come, the secrets he would have to keep, the slow erosion of his former self until only the keeper remained. He saw the shape in the back room, the domineering presence that was both mother and motel, eternal and hungry. He lowered his hand. The man in the mirror lowered his hand. There was nothing left to do. The line between Chris and Louis, between guest and host, between the self and the other, had not just been crossed, it had been erased. He turned away from the mirror, walked to the window, and looked out at the empty parking lot, waiting for the next set of headlights to appear in the dark. A lonely star seeking refuge, destined to be swallowed by the waiting silence. He felt no fear, only a deep, still, and everlasting calm. The silence in the room was no longer oppressive. It was his silence. The hum of the air conditioner was the sound of his own breathing. He stood at the window for a long time, watching the stars wheel overhead in the vast desert sky. The red glow of the vacancy sign painted a faint stripe on the asphalt, a beacon, and a warning all in one. A sound from the office drew his attention. It was the familiar, tinny jangle of the bell. He did not need to look to know that Louis, the old Louis, the one who was now him, had emerged from the back room and was taking his place behind the counter. It was a ritual, a changing of the guard that required no words. The new Louis remained at the window. His thoughts were no longer his own. They were slow, patient, and deep as stone. He remembered a life of highways and deadlines, but the memory was like something read in a book about a stranger. It held no weight. He walked to the door and opened it. The night air was cool and carried the scent of dust and creosote. He crossed the parking lot, his footsteps sounding different now, heavier and more deliberate. He entered the office. The man behind the counter looked up. Their eyes met the same ice-colored eyes, and understanding passed between them that was older than language. The old Lewis gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. Then he turned and walked toward the back room, the door swallowing him into the darkness, from which the faint, sweet odor of decay emanated. Chris, who was Lewis, took his place behind the counter. The ledger was open. He ran a finger down the list of names, dates, license plates. It was a history of transients, of people who had come and gone, or who had stayed. He found the entry for his own name, Chris, and with a steady hand, he drew a single, neat line through it. The act was final. It was an erasure. He looked up as a pair of headlights appeared on the highway, growing larger. The vehicle slowed, its turn signal blinking a rhythmic yellow eye. It was a pickup truck, caked with dust. It pulled into the lot and stopped. A man got out, stretching his back with a groan. He had the weary posture of someone who had driven too far. He walked toward the office, his boots crunching on the gravel. The bell jangled as the door opened. The man was young, perhaps 25, with a nervous energy that seemed to fill the small space. "Help you?" Lewis asked. His voice was dry as the desert air. "Just a room for the night," the young man said, his voice too loud, too young. Lewis nodded slowly, as if considering a complex proposition. His gaze drifted past the young man, out to the parking lot, to the truck, as if taking inventory of his solitude. Just the one night. It wasn't a question. He pushed a registration card across the counter. The pen was still chained to the small, yellowed plastic bone. The young man filled out the card, the motions feeling strangely ceremonial. "You ray a long way from anywhere," Lewis said, not looking at the card, just passing through. "Guarantee we all," Lewis murmured. He took the heavy brass key with the diamond-shaped fob stamped with the number 7 from the pegboard. End of the row. Quietest one. The young man took the key, his fingers brushing against Lewis' a jolt, cold and certain, passed between them. The boy Lewis saw him as a boy now flinched slightly, then shrugged it off as static electricity. He mumbled a thanks and turned to leave. "It's best to be inside before dark," Lewis said to his retreating back. The words were an echo, a ritual. The young man just waved a hand without turning around. Lewis watched him walk to room 7, unlock the door, and disappear inside. The silence of the desert flowed back, but it was a different silence now. It was a waiting silence. He could feel the motel around him, the old boards and dry walls, a presence that was both a building and a being. He could feel her attention, a pressure at the back of his mind, satisfied for the moment. A new guest had arrived. He looked down at the registration card. The name was scrawled in hurried handwriting, Jason Miller. The license plate number was from a state 1,000 miles away. Lewis closed the ledger. He knew with a certainty that required no proof that Jason Miller would not be leaving in the morning. The car would develop a fault. A worry would take root. The desert would begin to work on him, softening him, making him ready. Later, as the last light bled from the sky, Lewis walked the perimeter of the property. He did not need a flashlight. The path was as familiar to him as the lines on his own hands, which were, he noted without surprise, now the leathery, sun-spotted hands of an older man. He paused by the stunted tree. The air was perfectly still. He could hear the faint, dry rattle, like seeds in a gourd, coming from the direction of room 7. It was the sound of a dream beginning. He returned to the office and sat in the worn chair behind the counter. The hours passed. The phone did not ring. No other cars came. Sometime after midnight, the door to the back room creaked open. He did not turn. He could feel her standing there, a chill in the air, the scent of dry earth and old flowers growing stronger. A thought formed in his mind, not in his own voice, but in hers, a dry, rustling whisper. He is afraid. Good. Lewis simply nodded. There was no need for words. He was the keeper. This was his purpose. He watched the empty highway until the sky began to lighten in the east, the stars fading one by one. When the sun rose, it revealed the same barren landscape, the same white motel gleaming under the harsh light. It was another day at the Veritas. He was home. The morning sun hit the parking lot, baking the asphalt. Lewis watched from the office window as the door to room 7 remained closed. No movement. The boy was sleeping, or trying to. The dreams would have been intense, a torrent of hidden fears, given shape by the quiet of the desert and the presence of the motel. Around 10, the door finally opened. Jason Miller stepped out, squinting in the harsh light. He looked pale, his nervous energy from the night before replaced by a sluggish dread. He walked toward the office, his steps hesitant. The bell jangled. "Morning," Jason said, his voice raspy. Lewis merely nodded from behind the counter. My truck won't start. Think I might have a dead battery." Jason ran a hand through his hair. "Is there a mechanic anywhere near here?" "No mechanics," Lewis said. His voice was flat, a statement of fact. "Nothing near here." Jason's shoulders slumped. "Right, okay. Well, I guess I need another night. Maybe I can get it jumped if someone else comes by." Lewis said nothing. He simply turned and took the key for room 7 from its peg, placing it on the counter between them. The gesture was an acceptance, an invitation to stay. Jason picked it up, his fingers lingering on the cold brass. He looked like he wanted to say something more, to ask a question for which there were no answers. Instead, he just nodded and walked back out into the heat. Lewis watched him go. The process had begun. The isolation, the helplessness, the slow peeling away of the world he knew. It was a familiar pattern. By the second night, the roots would be deeper. The motel would begin to feel less like a prison and more like the only reality. Later that afternoon, Lewis carried a glass of water and a stale sandwich to room 7. He knocked once. Jason opened the door, his eyes wide, grateful for the contact. "Thought you might be hungry," Lewis said. Thanks. Jason took the offering. "It's so quiet out here. I thought I heard voices last night from the other rooms, but I saw your register. I'm the only one here." "The desert plays tricks," Lewis said, repeating the old, true words. "The wind. It can sound like almost anything." He looked past Jason into the room. The bed was unmade, the air thick with unease. He could almost see the ghost of his own former self in the young man's frightened eyes. The memory was distant, like a story heard long ago. He turned to leave. "Wait," Jason called out. "Your mother, the one who built this place. What was she like?" Louis paused, his back to the young man. He could feel the attention of the motel, of Marie, focusing on him, waiting for his answer. It was an important part of the ritual, the introduction. "She was a strong woman," Louis said, not turning around. "She had very strong opinions. She is the motel, and the motel is her." He continued walking, leaving Jason alone with the words and the growing silence. As evening approached, a dust cloud appeared on the highway. A car, an old sedan, pulled off and into the lot. It was an unexpected event, a disruption. A man and a woman got out, arguing loudly about the map. They were middle-aged, their voices cutting through the desert calm like shattering glass. Louis felt a ripple of displeasure, not his own, but emanating from the very walls around him. These were not the right kind of guests. They were too anchored to each other, too loud. They would not be suitable. They would leave in the morning, or they would have to be encouraged to leave. He watched as Jason emerged from his room, drawn by the sound of other people. A hopeful look was on his face. He approached the couple, offering help. Louis saw the man wave Jason away dismissively. The hope on Jason's face died, replaced by a deeper loneliness. It was perfect. The couple strode into the office. "We need a room for the night," the woman said, her tone demanding. "One bed. And we need to use your phone. Ours has no service." "The phone is out," Louis said, "and I have no vacancy." The man scoffed. "What are you talking about? The place is empty. The sign says vacancy." "The sign is old," Louis replied, his voice low and final. "It is not accurate. There are no rooms." The couple argued for a moment, but something in Louis's stillness, in the profound quiet of the place, unnerved them. They eventually left, muttering about terrible service, their car kicking up gravel as they sped back onto the highway. Silence returned. Jason stood alone in the middle of the parking lot, watching the taillights disappear. He was truly isolated now. The brief hope of company had been offered and then snatched away. He looked toward the office, where Louis stood in the doorway, watching him. The understanding in Jason's eyes was new. It was the first flicker of true realization that he was not just stranded, but chosen. He turned and walked slowly back to room 7, his head down. He did not look back. Louis remained in the doorway, as the sky turned that familiar, feverish orange. He could feel a deep approval radiating from the motel, a sense of things proceeding as they should. He looked down at his hands, the skin like worn leather. He was no longer Chris. He was the keeper. His work had begun. The night was absolute. Louis stood by the stunted tree, feeling the dry rattle not as a sound, but as a vibration in the ground. It was the Motel S pulse, and it was quickening. From room 7, he could hear a low mumble, Jason talking to himself, or perhaps praying. The fear was a ripe fruit, ready to be picked. He did not sleep. He never needed to sleep anymore, not in the way he once had. Rest was a stillness, a settling into the watchful silence. He sat in the office chair, the ledger open to the fresh page with Jason Miller's name. He traced the letters with a finger that felt both foreign and intimately his. The back room door was open a crack, a sliver of deeper darkness from which the scent of dry roses and rich soil seeped into the office. She was watching, waiting. A little before dawn, a new sound threaded through the usual silence. It was the soft, rhythmic crunch of footsteps on gravel approaching the office, not from the rooms, but from the desert. Louis looked up, not with alarm, but with a dull curiosity. The bell did not jangle. The door simply opened. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the faint pre-dawn glow. It was Louis, the old Louis, the one he had replaced. His form seemed less substantial now, woven from shadows and memory. Their eyes met across the small room, the same ice blue, eyes reflecting a shared eternity. Without a word, the figure pointed a thin, translucent finger toward room 7. Then it pointed at Louis, the keeper, and finally toward the back room. The message was clear. The time for waiting was over. The offering was prepared. Louis stood. His joints did not ache. His body was a tool, perfectly maintained for its purpose. He took the master key from a drawer, a long, cold piece of iron, and walked out of the office. The air was chill. The red vacancy sign flickered once, then went dark. He stood before the door to room 7. He could hear Jason S. Ragged breathing on the other side. He did not knock. He inserted the key, the click of the lock echoing like a gunshot in the stillness. The door swung inward. Jason was backed into a corner, clutching a pillow to his chest like a shield. His eyes were wide with a terror that had passed beyond panic into a helpless, numb horror. The room smelled of sweat and despair. "It has time to check out," Louis said. His voice was not loud, but it filled the small space, leaving no room for argument. "No, please," Jason whispered. "Just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I'll just walk." "There is nowhere to walk to," Louis replied. He took a step forward. "This is the only place there is. You understand that now, don't you?" Jason did understand. Louis could see the knowledge finally settling in his eyes, the last resistance crumbling. He was not being held prisoner by a man. He was being consumed by a place. Louis reached out and took his arm. touch was not violent, but firm, inevitable. Jason did not fight. He was hollowed out, a shell ready to be filled with a new purpose. Lewis led him from the room, across the cooling asphalt of the parking lot, and into the office. The door to the back room was wide open now. The darkness within was not empty. It pulsed with a low, ancient energy. The smell of earth was overwhelming. Lewis stopped at the threshold. He looked at Jason one last time, then gave him a gentle push forward. Jason stumbled over the sill and into the dark. He did not scream. There was a sound like a sigh, a rustle of dry leaves, and then silence. The door to the back room swung shut. Lewis turned and walked back to the counter. He opened the ledger. With a hand that did not tremble, he drew a single, neat line through the name Jason Miller. The act was complete. He looked out the window as the sun crested the horizon, flooding the desert with a light that held no warmth for him. The silence was whole again. It was his silence. In the distance, a shimmer on the highway promised a new set of headlights, a new lonely star. He adjusted the vacancy sign. It glowed red once more, a steady, hungry eye in the morning light. He was waiting. The day passed in a seamless, sun-bleached blur. Lewis wiped down the counter that was already clean. He adjusted the pegboard so the keys hung in perfect, brassy alignment. The silence was a presence, and he was its instrument. He felt a quiet satisfaction, a fullness that came from a purpose fulfilled. The motel was at peace. As evening began to bleed the color from the sky, the expected shimmer on the highway solidified into a pair of headlights. It was not a truck this time, but a small, economical car, its paint dulled by a long journey. It turned in, the tires crackling over the gravel, and came to a stop near the office. The engine coughed and fell silent. A woman got out. She was alone, perhaps in her 40s, with a tired face and a posture that suggested a burden carried for too long. She hesitated for a moment, looking at the stark white building and the red sign before walking toward the office. Her steps were slow, resigned. The bell jangled, a sound that was now as familiar to Lewis as his own heartbeat. She approached the counter, her eyes avoiding his, scanning the room with a kind of weary suspicion. "One night?" Lewis asked. His voice was a dry rustle, perfectly suited to the environment. The woman nodded, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "Just one. I just need to sleep." Lewis pushed the registration card toward her. One night is often all it takes. She filled out the card with quick, efficient strokes. Her name was Sarah Evans. Her license plate was from a city known for its rain. Lewis took the key for room 9, the room farthest from the office, the one that always felt the most secluded, and placed it on the counter. As her fingers closed around the cool brass, their skin brushed. She flinched, pulling her hand back as if shocked. She looked at him then, really looked at him, and for a fleeting second Lewis saw a sharp intelligence in her eyes, a flicker of awareness that this was more than just a tired motel in the middle of nowhere. But the moment passed, buried under a wave of exhaustion. She was too tired to question the coldness of his touch or the depth of the silence that surrounded them. "Quiet here," she stated, more to herself than to him. "It is," Louis agreed, "the quietest place." She turned and left. Louis watched her walk to room 9, unlock the door, and disappear inside. He closed the ledger. He did not need to look at her name again. He already knew it. He could feel the motel shifting its attention, its ancient hunger focusing on this new soul. The cycle was beginning again. He was the keeper. This was his purpose. He settled into his chair to wait. The silence that followed was different from the one that had preceded her arrival. It was a listening silence. Louis remained in his chair, his gaze fixed on the dark rectangle of room 9's door. He could feel the subtle change in the air, a tightening of focus as the motel turned its attention to the new guest. The faint, dry rattle began, so soft it was almost beneath hearing, a sound that seemed to originate from the walls themselves. Hours slipped by. The moon rose, a bone-white sliver in the black sky. Louis did not move. He was part of the waiting. Sometime after midnight, a light went on in room 9. A shadow passed behind the thin curtain. He watched as the silhouette of the woman paced back and forth, a trapped animal measuring its cage. Then the light snapped off again. The pacing did not stop. He could hear the faint creak of the floorboards, a rhythm of anxiety. The door to the back room whispered open. A thought, cool and sharp as a desert night, formed in his mind. She fights it. Louis nodded slowly. Some did. The strong ones often fought at first. Their resistance made the eventual surrender all the more nourishing. He could feel Marie's anticipation, a patient, grinding hunger. A scream tore through the night. It was short, choked off as if a hand had been clapped over a mouth. It came from room 9. Louis stood, not with urgency, but with a sense of procedure. He walked out of the office and into the cool air. The gravel was sharp under his thin-soled shoes. He did not hurry. He stood outside her door. He could hear her inside, sobbing, the sound raw and hopeless. He did not knock. He simply stood there, a presence in the dark, letting her feel the weight of the isolation. After a few minutes, the sobbing subsided into a wet, ragged breathing. "Who's there?" Her voice trembled through the door. "It is only the quiet," Louis answered, his voice low and even. "The desert is full of noises. You will get used to them." There was a long pause. "I want to leave. Now. I'll pay for the room, just let me leave." "It is not safe to drive at night," he said, repeating the timeless excuse. "The roads are empty. There are animals. Wait for the sun." He heard a thud, as if she had slumped against the door. "Please," she whispered, the word barely audible. Louis turned and walked back to the office. The plea was a good sign. It meant the outer layers of her resolve were already peeling away. By morning, she would be pliable. By the next night, she would be ready. He sat back in his chair and closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to listen. The motel was humming now, a low, contented thrum that vibrated in his bones. Another day was coming. The vacancy sign glowed, a beacon in the vast, indifferent dark. The next morning, the sun revealed a changed landscape. The air was heavier, the light harsher. Sarah Evans did not emerge from room 9. Louis watched from the window, a cup of cold coffee in his hand. He had not made it for himself. The gesture was a habit, a prop in the performance of normalcy. By noon, the door remained shut. The motel was patient. It knew how to wait. He took a tray at midday, a glass of water, a piece of fruit. He knocked softly. There was a long silence, then the sound of the lock turning. The door opened just a crack. One eye, bloodshot and wide with a sleepless dread, peered out at him. "I brought you something," Louis said. The door opened a little wider. Sarah took the tray. Her hand shook, making the water tremble. "I heard a child laughing last night, after you left." Her voice was a dry leaf, ready to crumble. "The wind," Louis said, his gaze steady. "It tricks the ear. It sounds like many things." She stared at him, searching for a lie, but finding only the flat, calm surface of a deep well. "There is no wind," she whispered. Louis did not reply. He simply turned and walked away, feeling her stare on his back like a weight. He knew what she would do next. She would try the phone. She would find it dead, the cord chewed through by time or something else. She would try the television. It would show only a buzzing gray static that sometimes, if you stared too long, resolved into fleeting, shadowy shapes. The afternoon heat was a physical pressure. Louis sat in the office, the ledger open. He did not need to write in it. The motel remembered every guest. He watched as the door to room 9 finally opened. Sarah stepped out, squinting. She walked not toward the office, but toward her car. She got in. Louis heard the starter grind once, twice, a sound of desperate hope, then nothing. Silence rushed back in, louder than before. She got out, slammed the door, and stood with her hands on the roof of the car, her head bowed. Louis saw the exact moment her shoulders slumped in defeat. She had tried. The motel had shown her the futility. She walked back to her room without looking toward the office. The door closed with a finality that echoed across the lot. As dusk fell, Louis felt a new tension in the air. It was different from the slow, grinding pressure applied to Jason. This was sharper, more immediate. Sarah Evans was not simply afraid, she was angry. The motel would have to work harder. It was a challenge it welcomed. He was standing by the stunted tree when he saw her curtain twitch. She was watching him. He did not move. Let her see. Let her understand that he was not just a man, but a feature of the landscape, as permanent and unfeeling as the rock beneath the sand. The night deepened. The usual sounds began, but tonight they were closer, more distinct. A faint sobbing from the room next to hers, number 8, which had been empty for years. The clear, unmistakable sound of a doorknob turning in the room behind her, number 10. Louis stood in the shadow of the office eaves and watched her door. He saw the handle jiggle, then heard the deadbolt slam home. Good. She was sealing herself in. She was making her own tomb. A little after midnight, her door burst open. Sarah stood there, a silhouette against the weak light from her room. She held a lamp from the bedside table, ripped from its socket, the cord dangling like a tail. Her hair was wild, her eyes blazing with a frantic energy. "I know you're out here," she screamed into the darkness. "Show yourself." Louis stepped out of the shadows. He walked toward her slowly, his hands at his sides. He stopped a dozen feet away. "Get away from me," she shrieked, raising the lamp like a club. "This is your room," Louis said, his voice calm. "You paid for it. It is yours for the night. No one will disturb you." "Liar," the word was a sob of rage. "This place, it's wrong. You're wrong." She took a step forward, then another, her fear momentarily overpowered by fury. "I'm leaving. I'm walking out of here right now." Louis did not move to stop her. He simply pointed a finger toward the vast, impenetrable darkness beyond the pool of light from the vacancy sign. "That way is 50 miles of nothing. The other way is 70. The snakes are awake at night. So are the coyotes. They are hungry." She hesitated, her conviction wavering as she stared into the absolute blackness of the desert. The lamp in her hand lowered an inch. It was then that the sound began. A soft, rhythmic knocking from inside her room. It came from the wall shared with room 8. Knock, knock, knock. Sarah spun around, her breath catching in her throat. The knocking stopped. Then it started again, this time from the ceiling, a slow, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor above. But there was no floor above. Room 9 was a single-story unit. She looked back at Louis, her face a mask of terror. The anger was gone, burned away by a colder, more profound fear. The lamp fell from her hand, thudding on the gravel. Louis took a step toward her. "The room is waiting for you, Sarah." She backed away, shaking her head, but there was nowhere to go. The open door of her room yawned behind her, a rectangle of yellow light that now seemed like a mouth. The dragging sound from the ceiling grew louder. A fine dust sifted down from the eaves. She turned and fled inside, slamming the door shut. Louis heard the bolt slide home, followed by the frantic sound of furniture being pushed against it. He stood for a long time, listening. The motel was quiet again, satisfied. The process was advancing ahead of schedule. He looked up at the stars, cold and distant. The vacancy sign glowed, a patient, bloody red. He went inside to wait for the sun. The rest of the night was punctuated by sounds that were not sounds at all, but pressures in the air. Louis sat in his chair and felt them as the motel did. A muffled thump, a choked gasp, the frantic, final scratching of fingernails on wood that quickly stilled. Then, a profound silence that was deeper than before, a silence of completion. The hunger had been fed, for now. When the first gray light touched the horizon, Louis rose. He took the master key and walked to room 9. door was still barricaded from the inside, but that was no obstacle. He pushed, and the door opened with a smooth, effortless motion. The chair she had wedged under the knob, sliding soundlessly across the floor as if on ice. The room was in disarray. The bed was torn apart. The lamp lay broken on the floor. But Sarah Evans was gone. The only sign of her was a single silver locket resting on the pillow, cold to the touch. The air smelled faintly of ozone and crushed flowers. Louis picked up the locket and closed it in his fist. He walked back to the office, the emptiness of the room settling behind him. He opened the ledger. He did not draw a line through Sarah Evans' name. Instead, he watched as the ink seemed to fade, the letters dissolving back into the yellowed page until nothing remained. It was as if she had never been. The motel absorbed everything. He placed the locket in a small wooden box beneath the counter, a box that held other such tokens. A cufflink, a hairpin, a child S marble. He closed the lid. The sun rose fully, baking the land. The silence was absolute. Louis stood at the window, watching the heat waves dance on the highway. He felt a new vacancy, not on the sign, but within himself. The work was done, and the waiting had begun again. It was a hollow feeling. He looked toward the back room door. It was closed, but he knew she was there, sated and silent. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Near the edge of the parking lot, where the asphalt crumbled into desert, a patch of dry earth seemed to shift. A single, thorny plant pushed its way up through the hard-packed soil. It grew with unnatural speed, stretching toward the sun, and from its branches burst a flower the color of dried blood. It was a new addition to the garden. Louis turned away. He adjusted the vacancy sign. It glowed steadily. He sat down. The highway was empty, but it would not stay that way. It never did. He was the keeper. This was his purpose. He settled in to wait for the next lonely star. The hours stretched, thin and brittle as old glass. The new flower by the Lot S edge seemed to drink the sunlight, its petals pulsing with a dark, velvety light. Louis felt its growth as a faint itch in his own bones, a sign of the Motel S renewed vitality. The ledger on the counter was blank, the page waiting. The silence was a polished stone, smooth and heavy. It was a truck this time, a big rig that downshifted with a growling roar, its air brakes hissing like a great beast sighing. It pulled in just after noon, the driver a large man with a thick beard and a tired slump to his shoulders. The bell jangled violently as he entered, his presence immediately crowding the small office. After noon, the man boomed, his voice too loud for the space. Need a place to crash for a few hours. That sign accurate. You got a vacancy. He grinned, a flash of white in the beard, and gestured with a thumb toward the red glow. Louis nodded, pushing the registration card across the counter. It is always accurate. The man scrawled his name, Ben Carter, with a flourish. Quiet spot, he remarked, his eyes scanning the room, missing nothing. They lingered on the pegboard of keys, on the closed door to the back room, on Louis S.'s own still face. The quietest, Louis agreed. He handed over the key to room 7. Ben S.'s fingers, thick and calloused, closed around the key. There was no flinch, no spark of recognition. He was solid, grounded in a way the others had not been. "Appreciate it," he said, and turned to leave, his boots heavy on the floor. Louis watched him go. The man moved with a practical confidence, a belief in the solidity of things. It would make the process more difficult. The motel would have to work to convince him that the world was not as solid as he believed. Ben did not go directly to his room. He walked around his truck, kicking the tires with a practiced thud. He surveyed the building, his gaze pragmatic, noting the peeling paint on the trim of room 8, the way the stunted tree cast a skeletal shadow. He was assessing, a man used to relying on his own senses. Louis felt a ripple of anticipation from the motel. A challenge. The afternoon heat intensified. Louis remained at his post. He heard the shower turn on in room 7, then off. The door opened and Ben emerged, looking refreshed. He walked toward the office, a thermos in his hand. "Any chance of getting some hot water?" he asked, his tone friendly but direct. "The machine is broken," Louis said, gesturing to the cold, silent coffee maker. It had not worked in years. Ben shrugged, unconcerned. Figured. No matter. He leaned against the counter, filling the silence with his easy presence. "You been out here long?" "A long time," Louis answered. "Must get lonely." "It is a peaceful loneliness." Ben nodded, but his eyes were sharp. He was trying to place Louis, to fit him into a category he understood. He could not. Strange things out in the desert. "I've driven these roads for 20 years. Seen some stuff that S hard to explain. It was a probe, a fisherman S cast. The desert holds its secrets," Louis said, his voice flat. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ben S.'s face. He was looking for a story, a shared superstition. He found only a wall. "Well," he said, pushing off the counter. "Best try to get some shut-eye. Big haul to Phoenix tonight." He walked back to his room. Louis watched him go. The man's solidity was a rock in a stream, and the motel's current was already beginning to flow around it. The test would come after dark. Louis picked up a cloth and began to polish the keys on the pegboard, one by one. The brass was already gleaming. It was a meaningless task. It helped him wait. The sun began its slow descent, and the long shadow of the motel reached across the parking lot like a hand.